Good evening everyone and welcome to tonight's Ordinary Council meeting, 13th of August 2025, and I declare the meeting open at 6 p.m. Welcome to those in the gallery and those watching at home. The City of Swan acknowledges the traditional custodians of this region, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and their continuing connection to the land, waters and community, and we pay our respects to elders past, present and their descendants. The terms and conditions of entry into this meeting are posted on the door just as you enter. Please ensure that you have read them prior to attending this meeting and abide by them. Tonight we have council members in attendance. We have an apology from Councillor Ringo, who's an apology, and we have Councillor Jagdeep Singh is an apology, and I haven't had any other apologies at this stage. Disclosure of financial and proximity interest and interest affecting impartiality. We have the following disclosure of interest. Councillor Jones declared an impartiality interest in item 14.3.1, which is the proposed educational establishment Ellenbrook DA 825-2025, as she lives 2 houses down the street from the proposed establishment. Are there any other council members that need to submit a declaration of interest? If there is, if you could just fill out the form, please, and hand that up to the CEO. Thank you. Part 5, public question time. Questions and answers were recorded in the minutes of the meeting and may be summarised in accordance with the Local Government Administration Regulations of 1996. All questions received for this meeting were received and answered, responded to, and have been included in this schedule. And all questions will be published in the minutes of this meeting. Part 5.1, answers to questions which were taken on notice. Mr Humphrey Bogart had 1 question, Jan Zek had 1 question, and Mr Gavin Troy had 5 questions, and these have been answered and are in the month's agenda. Move to part 5.2, questions relating to reports contained in the agenda. 5.2.1, questions of which due notice has been given. We received questions from Mr Robert Bradbury, and these have also been answered and sent to him and will form part of the minutes. 5.2.2, questions without due notice for items in the agenda only. We have not had anyone registered to ask any questions. Is there anyone in the gallery that is not registered wishing to ask a question relating to items in the agenda only? Is that yes? Is that yes or no? I thought he put his hand up, sorry. So 5.3, other questions to items not contained in the agenda. 5.3.1, questions of which due notice has been given. We have received 5 questions from Rob Carson, 3 questions from Jeffrey Rees, 4 questions from Cheryl Rogers, 2 questions from Harry Gratt, and 3 questions from Jan Zek. And they also have been answered and they'll form part of the minutes as well. 5.3.2, questions without due notice. We have had questions from Mr Dwayne Snook and these have been answered and they'll form part of the minutes. And we have had Mr Dixon Lowe, Honourable Gavin Troy and Ms Jan Zek registered to ask questions. Mr Lowe, if you could please come to the podium and you're able to ask up to 5 questions. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, councillors and staff. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Dixon Lowe. I represent the Vines Residents and Ratepayers Association. I have 2 questions. Question 1, firstly, I wish to mention some context. It is about raising concerns about the local government authority influence on WA planning, using the Vines Outline Development Plan as a case in point. I refer to the City of Swan Planning Scheme, the LPS, number 17, clause 5A 1.6.4, which says a proposed structure plan must, in the opinion of the local government, be consistent with orderly and proper planning. I give you this preamble. On Wednesday, the 18th of June, the WA Statutory Planning Committee moved to support an amendment to the Vines Outline Development Plan number 37, Amendment 9. This includes a plan to reduce the open space and sport capability of the Vines Golf Resort and Country Club with a design that forever limits the facilities. that has discarded alternatives that better future-proof the amenity, and is driven by private interests in infilling this vital open space with housing. Although the substantive resolution passed at the SPC declares to, quote, require the modified amendment to the outline development plan to be resubmitted to the WAPC for its consideration, end quote, we are informed that this decision will only be subject to administrative endorsement by the delegation of the WA Planning Commission to the planning staff in the Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage, otherwise known as DPLH. Should they proceed uninterrupted and without a full assessment, the consequential losses are irrevocable, wide-ranging and long-term. The City of Swan community is negatively impacted. I'd like to now reference council influence in planning decisions. I draw your attention to 3 commendable planning actions by council. Number 1, in response to the 2018 North East Sub-Regional Planning Framework Plan, called the Perth and Peel 2050 at 3.5 million, this City of Swan Ordinary Council meeting on the 11th of December 2019 addressed management growth in the City of Swan. It was a paper, Residential Land Monitoring, that recommended extensive residential development surrounding the Vines amenity. This mapped out our housing development for the next definitely 25, but up to 37 years, and pointed out that the city had capacity for that growth. Notably, both did not mention any need to infill the Vines recreational amenity, and importantly, the council considered the risk at that time, and I quote, may encourage landowners to therefore push for scheme amendments to improve certainty for the land. I'm saying that just because...
we might need to just begin our first question. We're on a tight timeline tonight, so my apologies.
Sorry, I wasn't informed of that.
We have 15 minutes for the full, question section.
I'll abbreviate this.
Thank you.
Point 2, the 2023 unanimous vote against the Responsible Authority report and the subsequent JDAP event. December 24, Council again unanimously voted against the Planning Authority report, and the Council resolution at that time on Amendment 9 was submitted to DPLH. Thereafter, the DPLH report reiterated the points raised in the application in the City Planner's report without adequately answering the Council resolution. The SPC were presented with a DPL report that echoes the erroneous and misleading application and City's Planner's report, with no apparent regard for this Council's resolution and the community submissions. My question, therefore, the Vines community with strong other Swan Valley support raised this question specifically to the City of Swan CEO and each councillor. This is the question.
Thank you very much.
What?
Oh, that is the one question? What are you going to do?
No, this is a question. What are you going to do about this blatant disregard of your decisions and recommendations to the WA Planning Commission? Question 2, I won't go through the context, but what it does, it presents the actual deputation by the proponent, which was accepted by the Statutory Planning Committee, and we ask that this condition be included in the future planning in the use of lot 1003 in the Vines. The question, therefore, is, will this council record that this undertaking has been made before the WAPC and provide the Vines ratepayers with an in-principle support to amend the LPS 17 with this condition? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to ask Mr. CEO if you could respond to this.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Lowe, for your questions. I'd seen a copy of them during the course of the week. If I could, we will give you a written response to each of these, so you've got a record. But in short, if I could turn to your first question. As you're probably aware, the process of writing reports is one where the reports are written by planning staff for the WAPC. They come to council for its consideration, but not as the decision maker. So the loop goes outside of the council but the council's consideration must form part of the WAPC's assessment of it. So no one is disregarding the council's position. I also know in this particular case, one of our councillors, Councillor Zenino, I believe gave a very good deputation to the WAPC on this matter, and I also believe through encouragement the Vines Residents Association gave a very good deputation. So the WAPC have an independent process outside of this. It's not a case of bypassing or ignoring council, but we will give you a written response. There is still one other pathway for you. If you wish to wait behind at the end of the meeting, I'm happy to discuss that with you. I have mentioned it in passing to both the two ward councillors for consideration, but having made their decision, that's probably the only other pathway for you to get some influence on the outcome. As to your second question, it's probably easy if we give you a written response on that, and I think that's probably the easiest thing, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll ask Mr. Toy if you'd like to come to the podium, and you're also able to ask up to 5 questions.
Thank you very much. I briefly cover the reasons for this question, and I'll simplify them. I believe you all have a copy of what I'm proposing here. But I'm deeply concerned as a result of the experiences of the recent Vines situation, in that there's 3 failings. Your JDAB committees clearly have always had unequal representation of elected representatives versus non-elected appointees, and more recently you've lost some ability to influence state planning with a report on further JDABs. Secondly, the process which was applied with this application at the Vines is guided by a planning framework. That framework to consider structure plans is ideal for applications and amendments to structure plans where they're a simple exercise. The Vines was not a simple exercise. It was a complex area that needed far more consideration. So I raise these questions as the first point in challenging what is going on with state planning at the moment, because it has flaws all over it, as many of you would appreciate. A particular area of failure applies to the status given to the statutory planning reports of the local government officers. And this failure is clearly evident with the above application, whereby the statutory planner, being a member of the City of Swan staff, is submitting a report to council as a servant. There's no legal or formal contractual responsibility applying to the West Australian Planning Committee for an unendorsed
Mr. Troy,
report.
I just need to ask if we might be able to move to those specific questions, please. We're on a very
I think it's,
timeline.
with respect, Madam Mayor, I have 4 points to raise,
Okay. They're not
but
actual
they're
points.
critical to the public of why this question is being asked.
These are what we need to form into a question, though, so that we can get
Yes,
staff
I
to answer.
have one
Thank you.
question at the end of it.
Okay.
The second point is that report was unapproved, in fact was unanimously rejected by this council body. The third point, the report, despite many shortcomings such as the unexplained focus to a mere 9 hectares, when either 177 hectares or 503 hectares was involved, thus misled government agencies in their response. However, it remains the critical planning document presented to DPH departmental officers and the SBC panel hearing committee. The City of Swan executive further reinforced that questionable report in a submission to the DPLH. Following council's unanimous rejection, that is a highly questionable action, and such action should be the subject of a clearly enunciated policy determined by the council body itself. My last point, this practice, as followed in these circumstances, raises a significant legal question of the process followed within state planning considerations and cannot be left unchallenged. My question, Madam Mayor, is the City of Swan prepared to challenge what is a questionable practice of the WA Planning Commission and the legitimacy in relation to unauthorised reports of their statutory planning officer?
And thank you very much, Mr. Troy, for your question, and I'll ask the CEO to respond.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Troy. We'll also provide you a written response because you have taken the time to provide an extensive preamble on this. But as I remarked on the last answer, the statutory process which the city is obliged to follow is set out in state law and state planning precepts. So we are simply following a statutory process. There is nothing unlawful or questionable in terms of that right. If I just bring your attention to the fact of advocacy, the West Australian Local Government Association has raised the issue of a JDAP membership back with the state on a number of occasions, and it formed part of motions moved at the Walga AGM. But the state is adamant in terms of its position on that, and it is not intending to amend its position. But we will give you a written response on your question as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask Ms Janzek if you'd like to come to the podium.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I have a bit of a preamble to two of my questions.
I'll just remind everyone that we are on a tight timeline.
I realise that.
Extension, so
Thank you, but some of them need some explanation to be able to ask the question. I'll be as brief as I can, though.
Thank you.
We were informed that the drainage basins that have... these are about Dayton LSP4 Amendment 4. We were informed that the drainage basins that have already been constructed in Dayton LSP4 were approved pursuant to the requirements of Condition 9 of WAPC Subdivision Approval 164035, although the subdivision plan does not show these drainage basins and they are not included in the July version of the Dayton LSP4 Amendment 4. The drainage modifications as constructed denote a significant departure from the strategy as described in the Dayton LSP4 local water management scheme. It introduces 3 more drainage basins that were not in the approved LWMS. It also deviates from better urban water management and water-sensitive urban design in the regulatory process and practices used, as well as the infrastructure design. The subdivision stage of planning, according to the better urban water management, is for further modelling of groundwater and surface water systems and to build on the local water management scheme, not to redesign or make significant changes to it. These changes alone should have been significant to trigger an amendment to the LSP. So my question is, as this change of water management strategy is not included in the proposed Dayton LSP4 Amendment 4 documents, nor any other LSP amendment, and changes of this magnitude cannot be initiated or approved by a subdivision plan, can City staff provide an explanation along with the WAPC Subdivision Approval 164035 conditions as support of the planning mechanism which was used to approve these modifications? I suspect that they may all be taken on notice, so I can go through the rest of the questions if you like.
Yes, if you'd like. Thank you.
Okay. The next one is the current local structure plan LSP4 Amendment 3 does not include the following as they also... do not include the following, although they also have already been constructed. Changes to residential densities from R20 to R30, change of use from residential to public purpose drainage, change of use from public open space to residential R30, change of use from public purpose public utility to public purpose drainage, and changes to the road configuration. The first is a change to density, and the next 3 entail a change of land use. So my question is, as they are not included in the proposed Dayton LSP4 Amendment 4 documents, by which planning mechanism were these 5 modifications approved?
Move to extend public question time by 15 minutes.
Happy to approve 10, but not 5.
I moved 15.
Just one moment. We'll just have a look at see what the local procedures say.
So through the chair, if I could, clause 4.25, presiding member or council may reserve to move a question in 10-minute increments. So you can only move it in 10-minute increments initially.
Which I was going to extend in 10. So is 10 acceptable, Councillor Bowman?
I suppose it has to be.
Thank you. A seconder? Oh, that's fine. So we'll just move it. We have 10 more minutes for question time. Thank you.
Can I continue?
Yes.
Oh, good. My understanding is that a local structure plan reflects modifications that have occurred within a nominated area and are progressed through the life of the LSP development by way of amendments and subdivision plans which track the changes. So my question is, this being the case, shouldn't the LSP4 Amendment 4 incorporate the modifications listed in questions 1 and 2 that I have already asked, especially as they have already been constructed? The next question is, last month I asked if the alteration of the residential density of 2 relatively small areas was sufficient to trigger an amendment to the Dayton LSP4 in 2018, resulting in Amendment number 3, known as now as the Approved Structure Plan. Why hasn't an amendment been required for the significantly greater and more numerous alterations to the LSP4 which are currently being constructed? The response I received was, they are not significant modifications and they are not modifications to the structure plan. Despite this, the modification that triggered the last amendment to the LSP in 2018, that is the current LSP, involved changing the density of 1.54 hectares from R20 to R30. That is, there was nothing else. There has not been an amendment between Amendment 3 and the current proposed Amendment number 4. The modifications to the current LSP that have already been constructed, as noted in questions 1 and 2, involve change of land use, change to public open space provisions, significant change to the drainage strategy, and the change of density of 1.65 hectares from R20 to R30. That's slightly larger than what was in Amendment number 3. Added to this is advice that an amendment to a structure plan is generally required when changes of land use, residential density, generally an increase in density, or public open space provisions are proposed, and that generally structure plans provide indicative locations for drainage basins and major drainage corridors. It would appear from this information that not only are the modifications that have already been constructed significant, but they are required to be included in structure plans. It would also appear that these modifications, despite already having been constructed, have not followed proper and orderly planning procedures. So my question is, as these modifications are significant and haven't been approved in any previous amendment, why haven't they been included in the Dayton LSP4 Amendment 4 as advertised in July 2025? And my last question is, the drainage associated with urban development in LSP4 is having a significant and potentially catastrophic impact on neighbouring land and farming enterprises. The rain event last Saturday impacted much of Dayton with flooding in a number of areas. It was particularly evident in LSP4. Citrus Avenue was flooded for most of its length. Basin A had overtopped the outer perimeter of the proposed flood storage area for 1 in 100 year event. Basin B was well on the way to reaching the 1 in 100 year flood event, but still 200 millimetres below the outlet to Basin C. Basin C has some isolated patches of water evident, and Basin D appeared to be empty. Rainfall to date is lower than average, and despite this, flooding is occurring. Today, a pump has begun transferring water from Basin B to Basin C because the drainage is not performing as required. It would appear that this is not how a successful drainage strategy works, and its impacts continue to mount on surrounding owners. So my question is, considering the magnitude of the impact that drainage is in this area in particular is having, why have the people most affected not had the opportunity to scrutinise the plan and comment on it before it was approved? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. Mr. CEO, if you could respond, please.
Thank you, and just noting they are extensive. Ms. Zek will provide you a written response.
Thank you.
And we have 5 minutes and 57 seconds left for public question time. So I'll ask, is there anyone in the gallery that is not registered wishing to ask a question relating to items not on the agenda? Thank you. If you just come forward and state your name.
My name is Humphrey Bogart and I have just 4 questions. At the last council meeting in July, I asked a question about the value of street trees. I provided an example that the City of Stirling had about $500 million worth of street trees. The written answer partially answered that question. So what I still want to know, why the city has not a street tree register representing possibly $500 million worth of assets.
Ask Mr. Coaten. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bogart. As you know, there are accounting rules around the issue on assets, asset depreciation, etc. And as you would have seen, even with the City of Stirling, those assets aren't listed on their books. They record those, but they don't. Now, in our case, with a area far greater than the City of Stirling in size and unknown quantity of trees, etc., it's just not possible to have such a detailed register of everything we plant or has been planted in the past or planted by others. So it's simply not a practical solution for us to try and create such detailed records when there is no tangible financial gain and no accounting requirement.
Did you have a second question?
Yep. The City of Swan tells us that there is a comprehensive street tree planting policy. However, when driving through suburbs like Dayton or Brabham, there's little evidence that it is implemented consistently. It can easily be checked on the city's intramaps, and they should be, trees takes time to mature and to be effective, so they should plant it as early as possible. So my question is, the city or the developer responsible for planting trees and when to plant? And is there a follow-up and maintenance policy or action, policy, or just actions of this program?
Mr. Coaten, if you're able to respond, please.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. The city doesn't have a planting policy. There's no policy on planting trees as such. So, and I'm not familiar with the advice where you were told that there was a planting policy. We do have guidelines and we do have planting plans that are rolled out for street tree planting. Tree planting occurs in a range of different areas through our street tree program, as part of capital works projects, as part of Friends of Bushland groups, as part of a whole range of things as well. So there is a lot of planting. In relation to your specific question, is the city responsible or the developer responsible? That will depend on the circumstances. So there are some trees for which the majority of which the city is responsible for planting. In new subdivisions, the developer is responsible for them, and there are maintenance procedures in place for them.
Do you have a third question?
Yep. The City of Swan is not a state, but nevertheless could be impacted by the recent ruling from the International Court of Justice. That ruling reads, states are now obligated under international law to take urgent climate action, including mitigation and adaptation aligned with keeping warming below 1.5 C. That means that states must protect the rights of present and future generations. My question, can the city explain how this ruling might impact them and what actions they might be taken?
Thank you, Mr. CEO.
Thank you. And as you're aware, those rulings relate to the state, which in this case is the government, the Commonwealth Government.
Yeah.
So the Commonwealth Government then imposes or makes determination on policy, which it has in this case of a 2050 a zero emissions strategy or net zero emission strategy. Any Commonwealth statutory obligation that's then passed down to the states is looked at how it implies then down to our level of government. States individually they might have targets, but they do not have statutory frameworks around those matters. So we take our response to climate change or climate adaptation in a number of ways. The city looks to do mitigation measures, things like its street tree planting policy, its conversion to photovoltaic, its use of electric vehicles, etc. The city also then is obliged to look at any guidance we are given by the state government, but there is no overarching mandate from the state on local government on this matter.
Okay. Did you have a fourth question?
Yeah. I noticed the answer by the city on the question in July council meeting about drainage at Dayton. The city's answer, the works undertaking on this approval are in accordance with approved water management plan. However, there is no denying that there is a major drainage problems in that area. Therefore, it can only be concluded that that water management plan is not up to scratch. So in response, what is the city going to do? There are a couple of options. One, admit that the water management plan is not up to scratch, is faulty and will be amended, and also that's going to fix the problems. Or it can do nothing and while hiding behind some regulatory processes. What is your answer?
Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. We will provide a written response to you on this. Okay. It's not a case of just any individual option on that. And as you've seen, there are a number of other questions on this matter which will also be reported back in the minutes.
Okay. And that concludes our question time. I move to part 6, which is public statement time. Registration for public statement time at council meetings was required by 10 a.m. this morning on Wednesday the 13th of August 2025. Public statements are for general matters of the city and not for items on the agenda. And I have Ms. Janzek has registered. Ms. Zek, if you'd like to come to the podium, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. There is a serious issue with drainage within our region. We have been telling council and staff this for well over a year. This has not come out of the blue. Locals have been telling decision makers for 30 years there would be problems. In 1994, the EPA advised that it would be almost impossible to successfully urbanise the Northeast Corridor without targeted studies to understand local conditions. Only after this happened could appropriate managed mechanisms be determined. These needed to happen before committing to development. The EPA warned these studies would delay land from housing rollout, but without them, the state would risk causing irrevocable environmental harm. The state chose to ignore this advice. Now we are suffering the consequences. City staff, academics, developers and state authorities are well aware there's a problem. What we don't have is a solution. That's the state's responsibility. Council's responsibility to its ratepayers and residents is to ensure state authorities take this seriously. Without this, the city will be solely responsible for everything. The state and developers will walk away, leaving the city to find solutions, fix the problems, and where there is no solution, to carry out the burden of endless maintenance or insurance claims. This will be an enormous impost on the council's budget. Where the city has already signed off on a subdivision and local structure plans don't work, council is responsible for fixing them. The rain event last weekend was enough to bring many of these to light. There was extensive flooding. This is only one of the outcomes. Others will become apparent in time and no doubt cost many times more to manage. Council needs to stop endorsing flawed strategies. Rather than nodding in compliance, it needs to step up and advocate for its community. And it needs to start now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zek, for your public statement. I move to part 7, which is petitions. We've had no petitions presented that need tabling at this meeting this evening. Part 8, deputations. All deputations for items on the agenda were heard at the agenda forum, which was held on the 6th of August 2025. Tonight I have a great announcement. We'd like to wish and congratulate Samantha Durston, who is an architect at the City of Swan. She received a Merit Award earlier this month as part of Walga's Local Government Honours Program, which I have right here, and I'm just going to ask the CEO if he might be able to hold that up for you there. This is a very well-deserved recognition, and it celebrates Samantha's ongoing dedication, her outstanding service to the local government sector. So this is quite a big award for WA, and the Balladura Intergenerational Play Space and Wheat Park won the Playground Design Award at the 2025 Australian Sport, Recreation and Play Innovation Awards also. So Wheat Park is also an inclusive play space, and it caters to all generations, featuring equipment and areas that promote physical activity, social interaction and community engagement across age groups. So well done to all those staff members. We move to part 10, leave of absence. I'll ask, are there any other councillor members requesting leave of absence? I have Councillor Ringo from the 13th of August 2025 until the 12th of October 2025 inclusive, and I received one tonight from Councillor Podovnik, 3rd of September until the 12th of September 2025. If there's any others, could you please hand them up to the CEO, and I'll ask for a mover. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Miles and a seconder. Oh, Councillor Henderson, thank you very much. Is anyone against? That's carried. And we move to part 12, which is business left over from the previous meeting, if it was adjourned, and there was none. Now we move to part 13, adoption of those recommendations contained in items not withdrawn. Oh, do we skip confirmation minutes? We did just say, sorry, my apologies. Confirmation of minutes, part 11. 11.1, confirmation of minutes of the ordinary meeting of council held on 9th of July and the special meeting of council held on the 6th of August 2025. If I could please have a mover. Oh, Councillor Miles, thank you. And a seconder? I have a seconder for the meeting. Thank you, Councillor Podovnik. Is there anyone against? No, and that's carried. So part 12, business left over from previous meeting if adjourned. There was none. Part 13, we move adoption of those recommendations contained in items that were not withdrawn. So for the benefit of community members observing the meeting, the council uses an en bloc method of decision making, and this means that the agenda items where council supports the officer recommendation are not debated separately. One vote is taken on all of the items, and the officer recommendation is therefore the decision of council. The following items have not been withdrawn for individual consideration and will be dealt with via the en bloc method. Therefore, the officer recommendation will be the decision of council. Those items are 14.4.1, which is the Community Sporting and Recreation Facilities Fund and Club Nightlights Program Grant Priorities, 14.4.2, RFT 25 CL44, that's the construction of Brabham District Community Centre. 14.5.1, the Financial Management Report for the period ending 30th of June 2025. 14.5.2, List of accounts paid for June 2025. 14.5.3, the change in basis of valuation. 16.1, Lease Proposal 39, the Crescent Midland. 16.2, nomination for the position of Honorary Freeman of the City. Note, there must be supported by 75% of councillors. Can I please have a mover? We'll go Councillor Jones and a seconder. Councillor Miles, thank you. Is there anyone against? No, that's carried. Move to 14, reports withdrawn for debate or absolute majority vote is required. The first item we have is 14.1.1, Strategic Community Plan 2025 to 2035, which is on page 8, and the proposed motion from Councillor Catalano. And I will just note, if the motion does not pass, I will need a mover of the officer's recommendation, please. Councillor Catalano, if you'd like to read out your alternate motion.
Thank you. That Council resolve to adopt the Strategic Community Plan 2025 to 2035, subject to the following amendments. Design shouldn't be in there. Subject to the following amendments, please. If you could just remove design from that. Subject, right at the top. Subject to the following amendments. Thank you. And this relates to the natural environment, the table and the section relating to natural environment. The natural, and this is the amendment or the change, the natural environment, KRA, seeks to preserve what remains of our once abundant natural resources, and as a matter of urgency and priority, commence design and implementation of green nature corridors throughout the city, with the aim of improving our urban environments and implementing coexistence between humans and the other species of the natural world. This will involve ongoing maintenance and rehabilitation of green open spaces, including verges and streetscapes, supporting healthy waterways and ensuring the negative impacts of urban development are mitigated and overcome. So changes to goals and objectives. Goal N1. N1, enhance, preserve and protect local biodiversity and natural ecosystems of the City of Swan by A, discouraging and reducing land clearing. B, creating green nature corridors along streetscapes, road verges and waterways to make these areas available for birds and other terrestrial animals, and a link between remnant bushland, waterway reserves, public open spaces and land set aside for biodiversity enhancement. C, planting trees on verges, parks and foreshores that are specifically native to the City of Swan. D, encouraging the planting of species of flora specifically native to the City of Swan in new developments. E, educating communities about the need for green nature corridors, conservation of remnant bushland and biodiversity, and in particular, and in particular species specifically native to the City of Swan. N 1.2, preserve our waterways by A, enhancing the surrounding natural areas by reducing land clearing and planting only species of flora specifically native to the City of Swan. B, water testing of all waterways and the data to be published biannually on the city's website. C, advocating for the reduction in the speed of motorboats on the Swan River. D, making sediment traps compulsory for all stormwater entering waterways. N 1.3, increase and advocate for urban canopy. N 1.4, within the next 5 years, design and commence implementation of a plan for green nature corridors throughout the city's urban areas. N 1.5, ensure that all future planning approvals involving land clearing for urban development are at the earliest stage designed with green nature corridors and that the designs for green nature corridors are adhered to. Goal N2, resource management. N 2.1, complete within the next 5 years identification and assessment of the city's natural resource assets. N 2.2, achieve resource recovery and minimise waste to landfill. N 2.3, consume water, energy and other natural resources responsibly. N 2.4, partner with community to promote and educate on sustainability and waste management practices. So under measures, I've just asked that all the measures 1 to 11 that appears in the draft strategic community plan be included, and that there is 2 other items included under measures. 12, up-to-date data to be published on the city's website regarding A, assessment and identification of the City of Swan's natural resource assets. B, water quality testing results for all waterways. C, number of local native species specific to the City of Swan planted and surviving on streetscapes, foreshores and public open spaces. D, amount and location of native local species cleared for new development. And 13, designs published and showing green nature corridors for existing urban, suburban and future development precincts to provide natural environment and environmental linkage for flora and fauna specific to the City of Swan. And the second part of it is to authorise the CEO to approve any nomenclature of other minor changes that may be required before the documents is finalised for publication. So, reasons for the motion. The City of Swan has suffered environmentally through urban development, leading to a degraded environment, including decline in water, air and soil quality, a loss of biodiversity, especially of flora and fauna species specific to the City of Swan. C, urbanised spaces that are sterile of nature except for weeds and vermin, hot and devoid of local species of flora and fauna. 2, human well-being is enhanced by living with nature, even in our urban spaces, and in the future, our urban spaces will be valued by how they coexist with nature. Acknowledge, and 3, acknowledge that change is difficult, but that the city must show leadership and initiate culture change now before it is too late and nature has been made extinct.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Howlett. Is there any councillor who wishes to speak against the motion? Do you wish to debate it? Thank you. Councillor Catalano.
Thank you. The Strategic Community Plan is the policy document which informs all other corporate business management plans and strategies. Everyone knows the City of Swan suffers from massive loss of natural bushland and has suffered a loss of tree cover, loss of biodiversity and declining water quality. It's simply not true that the city still has abundant natural resources outside the Swan Valley and Gidgegannup. Even areas that would have been left as nature strips, once mandatory along roads, are being built over for sterile urban human habitation. Check out the Dayton proposal later this meeting. Nature, specifically native local species of flora and fauna, are becoming extinct in the City of Swan, while residents are cooped up in hot, sterile urban environments devoid of a future with nature other than vermin and weeds and rat poison killing native owls. We must start rectifying the damage now before it is too late. Otherwise, young people will inherit a very dangerous and poverty-stricken future. Decision makers like us tonight must be courageous enough to make some very difficult decisions. That is what my alternative motion proposes. It's a matter of some urgency that we commence redesigning our city to incorporate nature corridors of trees and flora that will enhance and add to what is left of the unique biodiversity of our city for the well-being of residents. This is not a new concept, but laziness and profit has denied this to us until now. Carnaby's cockatoos will only survive if we plant more marries, a local species of tree that provides habitat and foraging for a multitude of other birds, animals and flora species, and shade for us. It's time that we design these trees into our urbanscapes. Otherwise, simply, like the Carnabys, we are doomed. When it's all gone, all the money in the world will not buy it back, all that has been destroyed forever. But you already know this because I've been talking about corridors for years. So let's make this a strategic community plan for the future, for coexistence with nature and for human well-being. What do I mean by nature corridors? I mean corridors that link verges to parks, to wetlands, to public open spaces, reserves and remnant bushland with trees and flora, enhancing the life of our city. The corridor is the sum of the parts, each part vital to the viability of the whole corridor, to the viability of all life, including us. And I've said it before and I'll say it again, life-sustaining corridors. This is no time for business as usual. The future money, mark my words, will flow to communities and areas where people have learnt to change their culture and live and coexist with the natural world.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano, and that's your 3 minutes. I'll ask the seconder, Councillor Howlett.
Thank you. I enjoy listening to that, Councillor Catalano. The changes that you have proposed in this motion are what the community want from us. This, councillors, is our high-level document that guides all the other planning and strategic actions that this council will run by. So, as Councillor Catalano said, be brave, make the right decision. It is ours to write and ours to put in action. So please support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Howlett. I'll ask, is anyone against? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll foreshadow the officer's recommendation. Madam Mayor, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed tonight on a number of things, but let's start with this item first. I'm disappointed that we sat through workshops. I'm disappointed that 24 hours out, I get a complete rewrite of a community plan. I'm disappointed that there's been no extra focus on social, built environment, economics. But Madam Mayor, I'm disappointed in that it appears that some people don't understand what a community plan is. And Madam Mayor, I think the officers, and I don't agree with everything they've written tonight, but I think they actually provide a fairly good summary here, so I can't do it much better, so I'm going to read it out. The strategic community plan defines the strategic goals, objectives and performance measures. It serves as a high-level framework guiding the development of all other city strategies and plans, which in turn outlines the specific activities and actions the city will take to achieve these. The proposed amendment seeks to insert specific actions into the the community plan. Many of these actions are already being implemented through existing plans such as the Urban Forest Plan or are incorporated in draft plans such as the Local Biodiversity Action Plans. It is important to note that the city's ability to act is limited by the scope of its authority and responsibilities. Madam Mayor, it goes on, but I think we get the point. Madam Mayor, I can't support this. I can't support a number of changes 24 hours out. I can't support changes that we've sat through workshops, we had discussions, and I'm getting them at this point in time. But Madam Mayor, let's look what the community plan is. Let's keep the community plan to what it is, and let's focus on some of these things that Councillor Catalano has raised in the other plans where they should be.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Is there any councillor who wishes to speak for the motion? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I'd just like to acknowledge the hard work that Councillor Catalano's put into this, and what a tremendous addition and improvement into the strategic community plan in the area of natural environment. This is exactly what we need. There's been some suggestion here that somehow Councillor Catalano has done something wrong. I've heard someone say disappointment. Well, I can assure you, Councillor, that our community would not be disappointed by this at all. Councillor Catalano has submitted her alternate motion entirely in line with our meeting procedures. I'm sure it was submitted on time, and that's why it's on the agenda. So it's a fantastic thing. Decisions are made here in this council chamber. They're not made in workshops. So workshops have their place, but decisions are made here. If a councillor wishes to make an important change to a guiding city document, actually, this is the place to make that change, where all the councillors can see and hear what the changes propose, and the public gallery can hear it as well. We should be doing more in public and less behind the scenes in confidential workshops. Why a strategic community plan of the natural environment section would be decided behind closed doors in a confidential workshop, I've got no idea. I don't believe we should be doing that. A strategic community plan. So the difference between a strategy and a plan is a strategy gives you the high-level framework that we're intending, but the plan tells us what we're going to do. And what's happened, what Councillor Catalano has done, Councillor Catalano has put specific actions, measurable actions into the strategic community plan in the area of natural environment, and that's exactly what should be in the strategic community plan. Councillor, if you don't like it, you can vote against it. But one thing I think nearly everybody in this room knows, we know that our community want to see their natural environment preserved and improved. And that is why I'm going to support it. And I'm thinking in particular, look at the time, 1 minute to go. In Guildford, I often notice that I very rarely see, despite the large number of trees, I very rarely see the red-tailed forest cockatoos. Sometimes I see the carnabis, sometimes I see the red-tailed ones. The simple fact is we don't have the right kinds of trees in Guildford. So there are lots of trees. We don't have the trees that our cockatoos, the black cockatoos, feed on. So this kind of change to our natural environment plan is going to encourage planting in the future the right kind of trees and enable the support of the retention of the right kind of trees. So that's the explanation from my perspective of why I'm going to be supporting this, and I hope other councillors will too. So it's the right document, it's been changed in the right way, in the right place, in public, for the right reasons, for reasons that we know that our community support. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll ask if anyone would like to speak against the motion. Deputy Miles. Oh, sorry, Councillor Miles.
Promotion, hey?
You could be.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to thank Councillor Catalano for raising this motion. I agree with a lot of the sentiment that she's raised, and you know, I always talk about being one of those young people that you guys have all kindly given the world to me to look after in the future. It's probably going to be worse for wear, but that's okay. We'll sort that out eventually. I do think a lot of the things in here are fairly good, and I wish they could be included in the SCP. But as Councillor Bowman did raise, it is our strategic community plan, and it does have a very overarching way of delivering these points, and that's why we have the plans and strategies that are below that in the hierarchy. And I think even some of the goals and objectives we don't even have authority to implement, which is upsetting, because I also wish we could do a lot more to support the environment, but I just don't think it's realistic within this exact forum. But I will just foreshadow the officer's recommendation in case this one doesn't come up. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask if anyone would like to speak for the motion. Anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Henderson.
Briefly, Madam Mayor, thank you. The first thing that concerned me is that this is a strategic document. It's an overarching document, and it's a 10-year plan. Now, with plans like that, you have subsequent subsections of planning, and within those, you then start to build the detail, and that's perhaps where some of this belongs. I didn't want to interrupt Councillor Catalano in her opening debate, but when it was said that animals and the like becoming extinct, I'm not aware of any extinction in the northeast corridor. Carnabies are doomed. Well, actually, I think they're actually doing quite well at the moment. I heard from another councillor, Johnson, I believe it was, that our workshops are behind closed doors. Well, I actually think our workshops are about representing our community, hearing from our community, and bringing our views to those debates and to building things such as this particular plan. So I do think that we have got to look at the bigger strategic overview, and that's what the document's about, and I certainly support the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Would like to ask if anyone would like to speak for the motion. Anyone like to speak against the motion? Not. Councillor Catalano, you're right to reply.
Thank you. I mean, in terms of disappointment, actually, I'm very disappointed because this strategic community plan is really no different to the one that was before it. And I raised it a number of times here in this chamber about how it was insufficient to meet the environmental needs of our community. But I also made written submissions. I don't have to attend workshops to make my views known, and so there's no surprise here. I'm sorry, it was sent to all councillors. I could probably send you another copy if you like. I constantly get told that I'm not participating, but actually I am. Now, so I'm disappointed. Well, we'll sort it all out eventually. Well, I hope you do. And I hope nothing goes extinct, and I hope the carnabies stay, but it doesn't look good. You need to get onto it right now, actually, but it doesn't matter. I'm old. I'm not going to be here in another 20 years. So right now, this is no time for business as usual, and it is a disappointing document. It is business as usual. The future money, and I'm talking about the future wealth, will flow to communities and areas where people have learnt to change their culture to live and coexist with the natural world.
Point of order.
Just one moment, Councillor Catalano, if you could resume your seat, please. And Councillor Bowman, what was your point of order, please?
8.10, subsection 4. No one talked about in debate about wealth. I'm looking at Councillor Henderson, I'm looking at Councillor Miles, and I don't believe they did, and I definitely didn't.
Thank you very much. I uphold your point of order. Councillor Catalano, if we could remove that from the...
Nature is ultimately your future wealth. We have a long way to go. Designs take time to be completed. Trees take time to grow. Lessons have to be learnt and bad habits have to change. But we must get started, and we must start by redesigning our future and our culture. And this is how we do it with our strategic community plan. There really is, and I'm imploring all of you here tonight, there isn't any other choice. You have no other choice. You have to do it now, and you have to get started. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. Councillors, I now put that to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Catalano, Councillor Brodovnik, Deputy Mayor Johnson and Councillor Howlett, and those against is Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, and myself. That's lost 4-7. So, Councillor Bowman, you foreshadowed the officer's recommendation.
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Jones. Is there anyone against? No, that's carried. I've already called it. Thank you, Councillor Catalano.
I'd just like to go on the record that I am against it.
Thank you. So, councillors, move to 14.1.2, policy review, election signs on page 39. Proposed motion, Deputy Mayor Johnson. Deputy Mayor, if you'd like to please read out your alternate motion.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. My motion is that council resolve to amend the draft policy as follows. Replace clause 4.1 by removing the words be more than 5 square metres in area and replace these words with be more than 1 square metre in area. 1B, replace clause 4.5 by removing the words use metal star pickets to support and secure such signs as these are a risk to the health and safety of the community, and replace these words with use metal star pickets to support and secure signs unless they have a plastic safety post cap to ensure the health and safety of the community. 1C, replace clause 4.2A2 by removing the words it is displayed no earlier than 36 days before polling day and no later than 2 days after polling day, and replacing these words with it is displayed no earlier than the opening of nominations and no later than 5 days after polling day. 1D, add a new clause 4.7, limits to the number of signs as follows. 4.7, limits to the number of signs. Candidates in a local government election for the position of councillor are limited to a total of 50 election signs in the councillor election, each sign to be numbered for control purposes. Candidates in a local government election for the position of mayor are limited to a total of 200 election signs in the mayoral election, each sign to be numbered for control purposes. Part 1E, amend the document control section to change the review frequency by removing the words 2 years and replacing the words with 6 years. Amend the risk rating by removing the word medium and replacing the word with very low. And change the next review date by removing the date 2027 and replacing the date with 2033. 2. Adopt the revised policy POLC 161 election signs. 3. Authorise the CEO to make any formatting, nomenclature or other minor changes to the policy during its period of currency. And the reasons: 1 square metre is sufficient for an election sign as this is the area of an A0 poster or corflute in typical use by candidates. 2, there is no documented evidence that star pickets are higher risk than any other post. 3, Bunnings sells star pickets to the general public, and if Bunnings had a safety issue with star pickets, it would not sell them. 4, any risks associated with star pickets can be addressed by using a yellow safety post cap sold at popular hardware stores, such as Bunnings. 5, the opening of nominations is the typical date that candidates have placed their election signs. In previous elections, 36 days appears to be a completely arbitrary period. 6, limits on the number of signs would reduce the plastic pollution, visual pollution and cost of the election. 7, extending the review period from 2 years to 6 years would reduce the amount of time staff waste revising this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Howlett. Is there any councillor who wishes to speak against the motion? Do you wish to debate it? Thank you. Councillor, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, look, my changes are what I believe are a series of sensible measures to this policy that I think would be acceptable to all councillors. I think the most important one actually is the revision period. I don't think we need to be reviewing the policy on election signs just before every election, because there's a danger there that observations are made about how a particular candidate conducts their campaigns, and then the policy review is fitted to that candidate. And I don't think we should be doing that. I think this should be revised, in my view, every 6 years, and that would also reduce the amount of time that staff are wasting reviewing policies like this. Councillors, Section 2.7 of the Local Government Act says that policies are determined by council. We have the key role in determining policy. That's what we do. That's not what staff do. You could even ask a question, do we even need a policy for election signs at all? In my view, it's something that we should consider just abolishing this one. But in the meantime, I've made some sensible changes. Councillors, there is no evidence at all, none whatsoever, no written evidence, no documentation that star pickets are any kind of risk. I've not heard of, no one has shown me any incidents of any accidents involving cars and star pickets. If the star picket is stationary and somebody drives a car into it, well, I think the person at fault is the driver of the car, not the person who put the star picket in the ground. Not a single complaint has been made. Nobody's heard. No one has produced any document showing that they're dangerous. And my proposal is to make a simple safety change to the star picket by putting one of these yellow safety caps on top of it, and that would make it much safer in my view. My other comments are that I think it's reasonable to allow candidates to place their signs just after at the point of nomination. So once nominations are open, that's the appropriate time to be putting up a sign. And I think we're all in agreement that there were far too many signs at the last election. So at the last election, I was told that one candidate had put up nearly 2,000 signs. And from the density of signs that I saw, I could only assume that was actually correct. I don't think that your campaign should depend upon the amount of money you've got. I think it should depend largely upon the ideas you're putting forward. And I don't think this proliferation of signs really is a contest of ideas. It's just a contest of who's got enough money to produce 2,000 signs and enough resources to bang them all in, distribute them and bang them in. So I've got 4 seconds left. 2 seconds. So I'll just finish up by saying, councillors, the only dangerous star picket is the one that's got a sign on it with my name on it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Now, I'll ask, does anyone like to speak against the motion? Oh, sorry, seconder. I did have that. Thanks, Councillor Hallett.
Nothing further to add.
Right. Anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Henderson.
Wow, I've got a lot of ammunition there, Mover. Thank you. Well, I'll start off with the money one. I find it really quite strange in a democracy that if you want to spend $10 on one sign, that's a good thing. And if you want to spend $5,000 on 2,000 signs, well, actually, I think that's a good thing too. After all, we should be allowed to spend what we want to spend. The issues around star pickets, I agree, and I foreshadow my alternate motion should this fail. But I just want to cover a couple of key points on this policy. Councillor Johnson, the purpose of the policy is to deal with matters for federal, state and local government. Now, if you want to reduce the size of a sign to a metre square, I think maybe some state candidates and even some federal candidates will probably tell you what they think about that in not a very nice way. Because the fact of the matter is that some people want to put up large banners. They might be 1 metre by 4 metres or something of that order to be able to present themselves more broadly, particularly if it's in a paddock. You want to have a large sign so it can be seen from the road. So the 1 metre is an issue. I want to come back to the policy proposed minor changes. I was a bit offended that the word minor was used, but let's get down to the original policy that this came from. We made significant changes to it 2 years ago, and Council supported that strongly because it broadly gives everyone a democratic right to get on with what they want to do. The other one is the 5 days that was proposed by Councillor Johnson to clean up after an election. Well, Saturday, you got Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Well, you're still at work or whatever. The reason I had 7 so is the next weekend you could get out there and clean it all up. And albeit that it's a week, it's not that long in the scheme of things. So there are a number of aspects that we do need to be aware of. Main roads can tell us not to put star pickets on their roads, and of course that's their policy. They will rip them up and take them away if they see them. On our roads, and I'm talking about the city roads, we have a right to set this policy as we would like to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'll ask anyone like to speak for the motion. Anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Miles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just quickly say I think one of the most difficult things to stomach in this alternate is that the limit on the number of signs that people can have. And I think we just open ourselves up to possible challenges by people who think that it's impeding on their democratic right to express themselves politically. And again, raised in the officer's commentary, it'd be really, really hard to kind of check all the numbers on the back of the signs and then having rangers going out and then double checking if there's not fake numbers on the back of signs. People could move the signs around once they've already been noted off by the staff. So it just creates a big resource strain for us in the election time. And no offence to the city, but it's already hard enough for them to manage the complaints during election period when candidates and other parties are wanting to complain about the placement of signs in our current arrangement. I also think it did make me chuckle a little bit when the Deputy Mayor mentioned how, the way that we review this policy just before elections come forward, it does create a bit of a incentive for maybe candidates that are coming up to cater the policy to their liking. So I would agree that we should move the period to somewhat of a longer space so that we can, save resources and not create, undue influence on the policy that might impact people too much. So I don't support this one, but I would support the ones that are coming up later in the agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. I'll ask anyone like to speak against the motion. Anyone like to speak for the motion? That was 4, was the last call.
Yeah,
Anyone like to speak against the motion? Thank you, Councillor Bowman.
and it's not for or against. I move a procedural motion, item 9.1b, that the meeting proceed to the next item of business.
Sorry, 9.1b.
9.1b.
So you just need to have a vote on this now. If there's
And proceed to the next meeting, next business.
you may request to provide an explanation.
Yep. Can I ask Councillor Bowman if you had an explanation, please?
Madam Mayor, if you probably get a seconder, then I can give my 3 minutes, and I'm quite happy to, in my 3 minutes, advise my fellow councillors why I've moved to procedural motion.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Jones. Is anyone against? No against, just go. Thank you, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, disappointing again. Disappointing that tonight I get a handout, I don't even know what it is, on the policy with a whole lot of red. I don't know if this is Councillor Johnson's amendments. I don't know if
Hang on
it's
a minute.
Councillor Henderson's amendments. I don't know if it's the staff amendments.
Just one moment, I'll clarify that. So we're talking
It's
about-
okay, Madam Mayor. I'm just saying it's
Thank you.
disappointing. It's disappointing, Madam Mayor, that a previous suggestion that we don't do this before an election and we continue to do it. It's disappointing, Madam Mayor, that there's some good suggestions from both councillors and we're forced to do it before an election. It's disappointing, Madam Mayor, that perhaps some of those people in the gallery may be candidates, that they may have already started their campaign and it may have impacts, Madam Mayor. So, Madam Mayor, the reason I did this procedural motion is now's not the right time. And I think Councillor Johnson mentioned that. Now's not the right time. We're doing it too frequently. We're doing it before elections. Madam Mayor, I think this needs to be done after the elections. probably don't agree quite with Councillor Johnson every 6 years, but definitely every 4 years. I'm not going to go into the debate of star piglets or not. I use them for my tomatoes. But Madam Mayor, this is what we need to do properly. We did get the feedback. There was only one councillor. There's 2 more councillors come up with some great ideas, but now's not the time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Bowman, for that explanation. So then we put that to the vote. Those in favour? We had Councillor Catalano, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Brodovnik, and myself. And those against? There's Deputy Mayor and Councillor Howlett. Yes, she did. She was against. Thank you. So that's carried 9-2. Thank you. Okay. And we move to the next item. So councillors, we move to the next item, 14.2.1, Draft Swan Valley Planning Strategy on page 47. Proposed motion by Councillor Henderson, and I'll ask if the motion is lost, I'll need a councillor to move the officer's recommendation, please. Councillor Henderson, if you'd like to please read out your motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I move the council resolve 2. Item 1 stays the same. Item 2 stays the same. Item 3 is added. The items listed in 2 above should be undertaken in close consultation with the city and the relevant community groups to ensure a consistent and integrated planning approach for the Swan Valley. And the reason to ensure that the rest of it stays, and the reason to ensure that the city and the community is involved in the settings of the long-term planning direction for the Swan Valley.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Zanino. Is anyone against? No, it's carried. Okay, we've moved to 14.2.2, and there's some excited people in the audience there. Binar Futures Junior Basketball Program and request to change venue for the Wobble Games, page 124. Proposed motion from Councillor Howlett. I'll also mention if the motion is lost, I will please need a councillor to move the officer's recommendation. Councillor Howlett, would you like to please read out your motion?
Thank you. Did you want me to read it all out or just the change?
I think it's all.
You could just notice the officer's recommendation with the new point 4 and then read the changes 3 and 4.
Yep, beautiful, thank you. So I propose to move the officer's recommendation with the change to point 3, changing that to read, the last sentence to read, 3-year period with any subsequent review and extension to be approved by council, and the inclusion of an extra item 4. The city to assist the impacted regular Sunday users at Swan Active Beach Borough to relocate to another suitable location, city-owned facility or Swan Active Centre, and authorises CEO to waive the booking fees in agreement with the impacted users for what is considered to be a fair compensation for the relocation. The reason for my motion is due to the nature of Swan Active Centres being community focused. Council should be the decision makers when assessing any subsequent review and extension the facility use agreements between Binna and the city. Waiving of a portion of booking fees is a fair acknowledgement of the disruption likely to be caused to the affected community groups in relocating to facilitate Binna moving to Swan Active Beachborough.
Thank you, Councillor Hallett. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor, is there anyone against?
Question?
Wait a minute, who was first? Okay, question?
Thank you. Could the CEO perhaps give an estimate of what that might cost?
Mr. CEO?
Thank you. I might pass all the questions on this to Mr. Bishop because I'm sure he's eager to be involved tonight.
Thank you through you, Madam Mayor and Mr. CEO. So I believe the question was in regards to the potential discount that would apply. We did provide some figures around that. I'm just trying to, it's in the officer's comment to it. Sorry, I've just come in from dealing with something, so I'm just...
It just talks about delegation of up to 5,000.
The most of the fees were in the order of sort of $1,000 to $3,000 for hire over that sort of 6 months period. I did provide some more exact figures, but I can provide that in a moment. I just need to look it up.
Okay. Now, we had a question from Councillor Henderson, but I'd already asked as well at that point, does anyone like to speak against? I think that was Councillor Bowman. Thank you. Do you wish to debate it? Councillor Howlett.
Thank you, councillors. My alternate motion is a fairly simple one. All I'm really doing is taking this back to be a council decision when it comes to any further renegotiation or extension, because it is a community facility that we all of our ratepayers will use. And the other aspect of it to waive the booking fees is a way of acknowledging the impact that some of these community groups are going to experience. It's a fair and reasonable offer. It probably would ordinarily been able to have been done anyway without by the CEO under delegated authority, but this is just bringing it front and centre so that the community members know that we acknowledge this, that Binar's coming in to that centre will give some impact to them, and we understand that. So I'd like you to support my motion. Quite simple.
Thank you, Councillor Howlett, and Deputy Mayor's the seconder.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, when I saw this on the agenda, when I heard the deputations, I must admit I was quite sad that Binar wasn't going to be continuing to proceed at Swan Active. I thought it would be a tremendous thing for Midland, but of course we've got to support them in their endeavour, because I think it's a great thing. The thing I remember most from the original deputations was that Binar, I understand, means, is it meteor or shooting star in the Noongar language? Yeah, I just thought that was such a fantastic name. So I'm 100% behind you. I'm sad you can't, this can't be done in Midland, but Beachborough's, I guess, the next best bet, and I'm sure it'll be Midland's losses, Beachborough's gain. But Councillor Howlett has rightly identified the need to compensate or make it clear to those people who are being displaced that we do acknowledge the impact on them, and I'm sure the staff will work with them to find another location or another time. And I think waiving the booking fees is an appropriate gesture of this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll ask anyone like to speak against the motion. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Madam Mayor, I totally support Binar, but what I don't support is a report that comes to this council that does not provide us the facts. Madam Mayor, what I don't support is having to get from the applicant the answers that were missing in the report. And Madam Mayor, what concerns me is we got the information about why it wasn't wobble standards. And Madam Mayor, I'd like to read that out. That came from Adam. So thank you, Adam. The renovations. When the centre was renovated, they made the decision to make courts 2 and 3 full size, meaning that courts 1 and 4 are squeezed far more tighter between the courts and the wall. This poses a huge safety issue for players, spectators and referees. Binar was not consulted on court design prior to the renovations, because at that stage we have been continually denied the option to run the junior domestic competition since we were first requested to do so in 2012. We were given the right to do this in December 22, well after the renovations and plans had been made, and we did not get to view any of this until May 2024 when it was open. Pretty disappointing, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, what's also disappointing is we have a motion before us, and I totally support it, but officers can't even tell me what the financial implications are. Councillor Henderson asked it. The 5,000 talks about a delegation. I don't know if our waiving for 3 years for these 6 groups is 1,000, 2,000, 20,000 or 50,000. Madam Mayor, totally support Binar. I look at it as my beloved Freo Dockers. They're training in one area, they're going to play in their games in another area, and look how they're going. So best of luck, Binna.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bowman. I'll ask anyone who'd like to speak for the motion. Is anyone who'd like to speak against the motion? Councillor Catalano.
Yes, Beachborough basketball courts. Apparently, last weekend, they were flooded. It appears that not very many people have, and basketball it's pretty tight. You know, there's a lot of games on there, down there on a Saturday, down at the basketball the courts in Beachborough. There's a lot of associations, and there was a lot of towels and kids skidding around in rather dangerous circumstances. So, not sure if Ben are aware of that. And then the question is, how much is it going to cost to bring it up to speed for their wobble aspirations? I mean, my main concern here is about local associations and all the effort that volunteers put into, parents and friends, and that put into voluntary associations to support their kids in local basketball. And I see this as the corporatisation of our ratepayer funded basketball spaces. And you know, it doesn't matter. I mean, we you know, it is a corporate brand, whereas our local voluntary associations aren't. And guess who gets pushed out? Guess who gets pushed around? I mean, we saw that happen down over at Swan Active in Midland. There was a lot of groups that got pushed out then, and I believe that Binna are still intending to stay at Swan Active Midland, by the way. So, I mean, how long is it going to be before they've actually got both lots of basketball courts for their wobble on a total basis, and in fact all the local community groups get pushed out to somewhere even more substandard? So, no, sorry, it's not acceptable. We have got to look after our grassroots community. Those people have put in a lot of time and effort. It's a history of associations as well. And it's not fair. It's just not good enough to use our ratepayer funded community spaces for corporate entities who can pretty much go and get their own funding from the state government through their health and their sport budget. Because what does that leave? If we're going to give over to supporting corporate entities, what does that leave for our local volunteers?
Thank
Very
you, Councillor
little.
Catalano, and that's your 3 minutes. I'll ask anyone like to speak.
Question, Madam Mayor.
Question?
Madam Mayor, can I just ask through you to the relevant staff, just following up on a few things Councillor Catalano said. Binna, are they a corporate entity?
Mr. Bishop.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Well, they're incorporated. I would have to ask Binna for further details on their legal status other than that.
Ask them to respond. Over to it.
Thank you. And just I could add, they're an incorporated association. I think they're registered as a not-for-profit. They wouldn't be registered as a corporate entity to make a profit.
And Madam Mayor, my next question is, following on from some things that Councillor Catalano said, with those who will be potentially playing in wobble, if they get approved, on a Saturday and a Saturday only, are they our community members or are they other community members?
Ask Mr. Bishop.
Through you, Madam Mayor, can I just clarify the question in regards to other members?
If you could just ask
So basically, is it for our community, so people that live in our community that are going to be good at basketball and playing wobble, or is it for a restricted people or something?
It will be the people who play a part of the current basketball program delivered by BINAR obviously targets the community in the North East metro area. It won't be exclusively City of Swan residents, certainly not suggesting that, but obviously it is, as discussed at the Agenda Forum last week, targeting at providing a need for the broader North East region.
Any further questions? That's it. Okay, I'll ask if anyone would like to speak for the motion. Councillor McCulloch.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, some information which is definitely misinformation. I find some of the comments that have been made unfair, inappropriate and not acceptable to a hard-working organisation that is working hard for a significant proportion of our young people. Swan Active Beachborough last week had a rain event. It's very rare. Yes, the courts were wet, and yes, there will be appropriate responses to that. The courts are compliant. The Midland Swan Active courts won't. So the homework has been done, which is why they are going to move these wobble games, which haven't started yet, but why they will start at Swan Active Beachborough. The local community is not pushed out. A lot of these young people are basketball champions from our communities across the city of Swan. These are our ratepayers' children, a significant proportion. BINAR is a not-for-profit. I'm sure it sits under the ACNC. And this wobble competition is coming to the city of Swan, and it's going to enable significant competition for some of our basketball players. Saturday basketball will continue and be facilitated for local groups. Wobble will then take some of our players into that higher competitive field and enable Beachborough Swan Active to be showcased and our local players who are moving through the ranks to be supported and to be able to compete in the city of Swan. I'm disappointed and I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor McCulloch. I'll ask again, does anyone like to speak against the motion? Does anyone like to speak for the motion? No? Councillor Howlett, you're right to reply.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Lots of learnings have been made from the initial facility use agreement for both BINAR, I would imagine, but certainly for the City of Swan. And so I would imagine going forward, I would expect everybody would have their eyes wide open, would ask the questions, would tick the boxes to avoid making a similar mistake. Councillors, the CEO under delegated authority already would be able to waive booking fees through meeting with affected community groups. So that could have happened without you ever really knowing that there was a compensation or an understanding paid to those affected groups by way of waiving of booking fees for an agreed period of time. With regards to the water leakage on the courts at Beachborough, I did speak to Adam Desmond about that, so he is aware that that was a rain experience or an experience that happened last Saturday. I also spoke to the Executive Director about that, so between the two of them, I'd like to think that they've had some communication. If not, then I would advise it, because it is an old facility, and yes, upkeep and maintenance is a cost that the city will have to bear. The community groups that were listed that would be affected, I did search their phone numbers. I found two, and I spoke to two of them. One was very supportive, and the other one was happy to be relocated or to have some assistance in knowing how to go forward. So that I'm sure the city will help them with. That's part of my motion, to assist the impacted regular users. BINAR itself began as a grassroots organisation. They've succeeded. They've brought everyone along with them. They're an inclusive organisation, not an exclusive organisation. They've shown that you can shoot for the stars. This has been reflected by the state government making a financial commitment to them to the tune of $12 million at the state election should Labor be re-elected, which happened. So the terms of that funding, I have no idea, but I would think that they would be shooting for stars beyond Swan Active Beach Borough and Swan Active Midland in the future, and that if we're a stepping stone to help them get to where they're going and they're bringing along our youth with them, then I think we should be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howlett. I'll now put that to the vote. Those in favour? So we had Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Prodovnik, Deputy Mayor Johnson, Councillor Howlett and myself, and those against, Councillor Catalano. Thank you. Motion is carried. Was 10-1? 10-1. Okay. Now we move to 14.3.1. This is the proposed educational establishment for Ellenbrook, DA 8252025. On page 143, proposed motion from Councillor Bowman. And if the motion is lost, I will need a councillor, please, to move the officer's recommendation. Councillor Bowman, if you'd like to read out your motion, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I move that Council resolves to refuse the DA for the proposed educational establishment at lot 2373, number 40, 42, 44, Coolamon Boulevard, Ellenbrook. And the reasons is a shortfall of 10 parking bays and the impact to the amenity the change of use will create.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Henderson. Is anyone against? Do you wish to debate it?
I do.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Disappointing, Madam Mayor, that we had to advise staff that they're already operating there. So, Madam Mayor, no point foreshadowing the officer's recommendation because it would have to be a retrospective. But, Madam Mayor, shortage of car parking bays. These are car parking bays. There's 10, apparently, officially. I probably suggest a lot more, but hey, if you go on the traffic consultant's report, well, they can use all the parking bays that are out there for the community as well. They can take them all up from 8 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I know the school hours are only 9 to 2. The 17-year-olds can go park there as well. Madam Mayor, we heard from the strata company. Didn't even get asked. No, didn't ask. Madam Mayor, as I said, already operating. So they've already proven that they're doing things wrong. They're already proving they're breaking the rules. So telling us they're going to have a little bus, little 12-seater coaster that goes and picks them up from the train station, I wonder. Madam Mayor, it was raised, the drop-off and pick-up point. There's no safe drop-off and pick-up point. If you know that area well, there's been a number of accidents there. Throw in 84 teenagers plus 17 teachers with all the other traffic and have no drop-off or pick-up point, there's going to be a huge impact to the amenity. Madam Mayor, I can't support this. I can't support a consultant who provides us a report and tells us, yep, there's plenty of parking, just go park down at the Coolamon Oval in the Shire car park. Madam Mayor, I can't support this when my community gets put in danger. I can't support this when it's pretty obvious there's going to be issues with the traffic, and I can't support it when a strata company, who should have a say, wasn't aware of it and didn't even get asked.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. I'll ask, does anyone like to speak? Oh, sorry, seconder. Thanks, Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not really a lot more to add other than to amplify the argument about the safety of children, particularly on Coolamon Boulevard, parking on one side of the road, the school on the other side, very limited parking at the rear of the facility. I don't know if councillors have been there and had a look, but it can be congested from time to time. And for those people that want to visit the other places there, there's often it's all chocked up. So I think we simply have to go back to the drawing board and say, okay, how do you make that work? But at the moment, it's not working.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Ask, is anyone against? Councillor Miles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm rising to oppose this alternate because ethically I'm in support alternative education for young people. I think it's really important, and especially in the PS ward, I think there's a great need for more facilities like that. And I think the points raised by the community are very valid in terms of lack of parking and, you know, the tight space that it is. I think points on amenity are a little bit of a false flag, but I will say, you know, we've got the new Ellenbrook train station and more bus routes going around through there, and they have proposed a shuttle service, so I think that should be enough to satisfy people.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Would anyone like to speak for the motion? Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I put my hand up to have this debated because I found that the reasons for the motion were very brief, and I wanted to hear more. So I'm quite satisfied by what Councillor Bowman has advised me of, it had not occurred to me as well that it would be an issue with 17-year-olds parking, but of course we know that happens as the school year progresses. There'll be more and more of the older teenagers parking, and that will consume the all of the parking bays. Most councils we will know that we do get many complaints from residents who live around a school, and I think this particular location where the drop-off and pick-off is relying on spare capacity, which may not actually be there, is going to cause an enormous amount of complaints. And in addition, we saw that a petition that probably didn't fit with our rules and regulations was produced during the meeting, and I think we need to take some notice of that. And in particular, I think we also need to give due consideration to the fact that the person who gathered the petition was from, I think it's a non-English speaking background, and I think that he was at something of a disadvantage in the meeting. And I think for that reason we need to give added weight to his deputation. So for that reason I'll be supporting this motion to refuse the proposed educational establishment.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So we were for, but I'll ask, is anyone against the motion? Councillor McCulloch.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, as we know, and as an educator, I know first and foremost the need for varied education establishments. Care schools are on the rise across our state and nation. They are essential to ensure that all of our students have the right to learn in an environment that is conducive to their learning styles. Space is limited in Ellenbrook. This niche actually is going to work for this institution until they grow further. The unoccupied bays in the report range from 32 to 69 at any given time. Year 9 to 12 students, and I can tell you that Year 9 students will not be driving. So there will be a limited number of drivers. And when you look down the road and around the oval, there is plenty of parking for many people. It's just whether we want to walk more than 10.34 metres to the front door. One of the previous tenants was a cafe and another was a vet. And between those two sites and establishments, there's possibly would have been 3 times the amount of traffic and stops and starts. And not just children, but puppies and kittens and rabbits and mice. I think that you need to take these things into consideration. We have vulnerable youth in Ellenbrook, and we know the issues and the challenges that they have. And in Ellenbrook, we know the limitations of space. We have a great centre, and we can see that it is fast filling up, and our town centre is limited in space. And we need to look at where some of these organisations can best be placed, even in an interim, for when they might grow enough to fit into a larger, more practicable space. Councillors, with knowing the previous tenants and the activity and the movements, this should be a no-brainer. We need to accommodate and facilitate, and we need to make sure that our young people have those opportunities, and this care school is a significant one of a kind, and we need to seriously understand that it is important for our Ellenbrook community. I urge you, and I will foreshadow the officer's recommendation if this motion fails.
Thank you, Councillor McCulloch. Would anyone like to speak again for the motion? Anyone like to speak against the motion? No? You're right to reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I agree. It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer that I represent my community, those people that live around there, that their amenity is going to be impacted. Madam Mayor, the two speakers that spoke against the motion talk about providing ethically alternative education, care, schools, need for educational establishments. I didn't say otherwise. The other councillors that spoke in favour didn't say otherwise. But what we said was there's concerns with the location. There is concerns with the location because it does not provide enough car parking bays. We said we're concerned with the amenity. There's no false flag, Councillor Miles. The false flag would be that the number of parking bays was absolutely in accordance with the planning requirements. Compromise. Why should we compromise? Why should we compromise on our community or for our community? When we compromise in providing a lack of parking bays, what happens? And I think every councillor here has at one time or the other raised an issue about parking issues because some establishment didn't provide it. So, Madam Mayor, a vet, well, rabbits don't park. Rabbits don't cross the road unless you're out in the bush. Madam Mayor, this is an intensification of those three lots and the parking is not sufficient. It will increase the impact to our amenity to those that live around there because we should compromise. Well, sorry, Madam Mayor, I can't compromise.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillors, I'll now put that to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Bowman, Councillor Henderson, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Howlett. And those against. Councillor Catalano, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Brodovnik and myself. Should I put my hand up higher? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4, 7. Thank you. So we had Councillor McCulloch foreshadowed the officer's recommendation. Is there a seconder? Councillor Jones. Is anyone against?
Question.
Question, Councillor Bowman.
Madam Mayor, I raised it in my debate and I believe staff did confirm it. How can we approve an application before us, an application that wasn't submitted as a retrospective application and now staff are clearly aware that it's a retrospective application, which I'm pretty sure retrospective applications at least triple the fees, and that's the item that should be before us.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Mr Russell, if you can assist.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What I can clarify for the benefit of the council is that, and I've affirmed this for further discussions with the proponent today, of the 3 units, only number 40 is being occupied by a limited number of staff of the school. Not all 3 properties are being occupied or operating as a classroom environment. It's operating as unit, or number 40 is operating effectively as a school office with a limited number of staff appointments. And I've been able to confirm that today. So what you would say, if you wanted to be precise, Madam Mayor, is it's partially retrospective. Not the whole of the 3 properties that the application pertains to is operating as a school.
Thank you, Mr Russell.
Madam Mayor, can I have my question answered, please?
Councillor Bowman, you were answered from Mr Russell. Mr Russell, maybe possibly could you clarify?
I believe the answer was comprehensive enough. If the question of the councillor was, can we charge them a retrospective fee? Yeah, we can. Okay. That can be done. That doesn't need to be done by this council. I can do that administratively.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the basis of my question, and I'll simplify it, was the applications for us is not a retrospective application. We've been told that they are now operating, albeit now we're getting told in one of the units. How can a council approve an application before us, which is not a retrospective application?
Mr. Russell.
Madam Mayor, it's a point of fact in law that what is required of a council, even in considering an application made retrospectively, is to set aside any form of bias or prejudice in the assessment based on the fact that the use is already there. The council must consider the application as if it was proposed, not as if it was existing.
Thank you. So just going back, I heard Councillor McCulloch foreshadowed the officer's recommendation. Councillor Jones had seconded it, and I got to the point of asking, was anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? No? Does anyone wish to debate it? No? We'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? So Councillor Catalano, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Prodovnik, and myself. Those against? We had Councillor Bowman, Councillor Henderson, Deputy Mayor Johnson, and Councillor Howlett. Motion is carried 7-4. Okay, thank you very much, councillors. Now we have about 7 minutes until break at 8 o'clock. We're going to move through 14.3.2, which is proposed amendment number 235 to the local planning scheme number 17 to insert car park as an additional use on lot 6, number 2, Tanner Street, Middle Swan, page 287. Now, I will need someone to, sorry? To move the officer's recommendation. And thank you, Councillor Howlett. And this was withdrawn for opposition by Councillor Bowman. Sorry, a seconder? Councillor Henderson. Councillor Bowman. Oh, sorry, I had that. Thank you.
There we go. Councillors, I think this is a perfect use. The addition of the car park makes sense. It works for the business type that's there, and with the extra documents that were not relevant to this application, but sort of show the extended vision that potentially the applicant will be looking at for the future. I think it's a development that, that's going to assist in the landscape of that particular part of Middle Swan, and I think it'll be welcomed by the other residents and businesses there. I think we should be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hallett. Anyone like to speak? Also, Councillor Henderson is the seconder.
Nothing further to add, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone like to speak against? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's nothing against the business, but Madam Mayor, non-conforming use, I will challenge every time that I hear advice given to us. But let's not me challenge. Let not me give the advice. Let's a legal advice. The new clause 67 subsection 1 of the deemed provisions will say that development approval cannot be granted on an application for a prohibited X use in a local planning scheme unless the development relates to that is being used for non-conforming use and the proposed use of the land would be less detrimental than a non-conforming use. This provision essentially says that if a given site is being used for some non-conforming land use, then the development approval can be granted for some other X use in the local planning scheme, so long as the proposed use would be less detrimental than the existing use. Notably, this provision is not confined to modifying and extending an existing non-conforming use and contemplates changes from one prohibited use, land use to another. The applicant's planning professional, a well-known and respected planning consultant in WA local government, he said it was non-conforming. So, Madam Mayor, that's the only reason I'm voting against it, because non-conforming use, we continually do this, and I believe, and the legal advice is we're doing it wrong.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Does anyone like to speak again for the motion? Anyone like to speak against the motion? No? Thank you. Right, a reply.
No, nothing further to add. We'll go straight to the vote, please.
Thank you. Those in favour? We had Councillor Catalano, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Prodovnik, Deputy Mayor Johnson, Councillor Howlett and myself, and those against was Councillor Bowman. So it's carried 10-1. Okay, councillors, we're going to have a 10-minute break. Those watching at home, we will be back at 7 minutes past 8. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back to those watching at home. We are looking at item 14.3.3, which is the MRS Amendment 1435, Part Lot 5892, Morella Road, Bullsbrook, on page 344. Proposed motion by Councillor Catalano. And if the motion is lost, I will need a councillor to please move the officer's recommendation. Councillor Catalano, if you'd like to read out your motion, please.
Thank you. That Council resolve to 1. Object to the proposed Metropolitan Region Scheme Amendment 1435 and provide the advice to the Western Australian Planning Commission accordingly. Reasons for the motion. 1. Council has expressed an intention to retain Banksia woodlands, which are a matter of national environmental significance under the EPBC, because the woodlands provide habitat and food for critically endangered species, including Carnaby cockatoos. The 33 hectares of Banksia woodland said to be retained has not been identified, and Council should not make comment without all the facts. There has been no environmental assessment including black cockatoo habitat in respect of destruction of the remaining Banksia woodland over the mining tenement. And 4, I've just got another one, there has been no hydrological assessments of future drainage impacts. Could you please add that? As 4, there have been no hydrological assessments of future drainage impacts from urbanisation.
Okay, that's what you wanted. That's done. Thank you. Lastly, we have a seconder. Councillor Howlett. Is anyone against?
Can I ask a question about number 4? Wouldn't that happen as a matter of process through the stages?
Mr. CEO?
Yes, it's important to note through you, Madam Mayor, that this is a preliminary comment in advance of a formal comment if the West Australian Planning Commission advances this MRS amendment. And as part of that formal amendment process, the EPA will rule on whether or not the amendment requires a formal or otherwise level of assessment pursuant to the Environmental Protection Act. So it will happen or be adjudicated on subsequently, not as part of this process, but if it's initiated by the Commission as part of that process.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Further question? No. So I'll just ask, is anyone against? No. That's carried. Thank you. Okay. We move to 14.3.4, which is the MRS Amendment 1439, Dayton Urban Precinct, page 389. Proposed motion by Councillor Catalano. If the motion is lost, I will need a councillor to move the officer's recommendation. Thank you. Councillor Catalano, if you'd like to read out your motion.
That Council will resolve to 1. Advise the Western Australian Planning Commission that 1 or A. MRS Amendment 1439 as advertised is not supported, and 2. A concurrent rezoning of the subject land to residential development under the city's local planning scheme number 17 is not supported. Reasons. 1. The land should be retained as public open space as A. It is in such a highly urbanised area near to freeways and not suitable for residential. It is an opportunity to retain the last of the existing vegetation in the area with mature trees, swampland and native rushes. It is a noise and pollution buffer from traffic. And I just want to add another one there. There should be no development on the lot until drainage issues have been worked out.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Howlett. Is there anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? Thank you. Councillor Catalano.
The land that we're talking about is on the corner of Reed Highway and Drumpelia Drive. It's currently quite a nice buffer with mature trees. There's a swampland, it had ducks on it, there's rushes. This land is better suited as a buffer to the existing residential community and should be used as public open space, as Dayton is already a high density residential suburb. The traffic noise and pollution from Reed Highway and Drumpelia Drive is already bad for many residents living within close proximity to the highway. Spare a thought for the proposed new residents on this strip of land with their backyards right up against these major roads, as has already been built on the other side of Bennett Springs. And there appears to be no reduction in our society's dependence on cars and trucks, and with the increase in population in Henley Brook and North Ellenbrook and the opening up of industry in Bullsbrook and the proposed extension of the Reed Highway to Gidgegannup with Eastlink, the traffic in this area is likely to increase. The Council must recognise that this will ultimately impact on the well-being of residents proposed to be located so close to this traffic corridor. I support the idea of road reserves, nature strips and buffers, as was very common in Western Australia up until the last few decades. Nothing new there, because residents and ratepayers deserve it. It's not good planning to squeeze every last bit of land into urban residential, regardless of the impact on the quality of life of the people who are going to be living there, the people who are currently there, and the natural environment. It's got to stop. We have to think about the future of Dayton. The people who already live there deserve a buffer to their homes. I see people walking along there quite a lot already, and they need that buffer to the highway and road. This is not land fit for residential living for future residents. They deserve better than to live in an area with pollution, noise, vehicle vibrations, and truck and other drivers peering into their backyards, just as we have in Caversham. Currently, it's a wetland with ducks. There are rushes and trees. If this is filled in, will there be the same inadequate drainage issues that are arising throughout the new suburb of Dayton and beyond to the Swan Valley?
Councillor Catalano. And I'll ask seconder, Councillor Howlett.
Thank you. Councillors, future development on this strip of land will result in clearing of small pockets of degraded vegetation that provides low-grade foraging habitat for threatened black cockatoos. The black cockatoos are starving, and even low-grade foraging habitat has to be protected. This strip should be preserved as a nature reserve to be revegetated and cared for over time through engagement between the City of Swan and local friends groups, to be an asset to the Dayton community. Any future housing development on this strip site will add to the surface water drainage line issues that Dayton is already experiencing, with groundwater flooding impacting Dayton and neighbouring Henley Brook. Please support Councillor Catalano's motion.
Thank you, Councillor Howlett. I'll ask if anyone would like to speak against the motion. Councillor Henderson.
Councillors, those that know the history, this part of the reservation happened under the MRS Amendment 950-33 back in the 90s. A big block of land was cut out for rail transport corridor, which was supposed to be the Perth to Darwin Highway. It consequently was moved to Tonkin. So the state got its way. It actually ended up getting the road on Tonkin, which the community didn't want, and it got this one as well. Bottom line is there's some land left over, and it's pretty rubbishy land. It was described as swampland. Well, it's past plain. Anyone that knows that area well, as I do, would realise that the housing is already literally up against much of the infrastructure already. If you look on Reed Highway, which is even more traffic, the houses, this is on page 391, the houses are literally down up against the highway with a noise wall. And so that's how the developer will pull it together. They'll do that, they'll fill it all in. But fortunately, there is a small pocket of paper barks to the north, which is excluded from this area, that I'd managed to save from the axe back in 1996, and that's still there. So there's been a little bit saved. But from a layout perspective, there's bicycle paths, there's actually a walk path, there's an underpass at the Reed Highway. That infrastructure is all there and will obviously form part of the future planning process. Councillors, there's no reason whatsoever to refuse this. It's effectively dead land after the big land grab that occurred back in the 90s. And now that it won't be used for its original intended purpose, which was rail line, which I'm very unhappy about, we should pass this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
I'll move the officer's recommendation, or did you already have that? I can't remember, as
No, not
foreshadow if necessary.
Thank you. Councillors, would anyone like to speak for the motion? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councillor Henderson. I'm a bit disappointed in you that you didn't have a crack at the Labor government. But Councillor Henderson, you sort of picked on it, and I thought you were going to go to that next stage. That's why I was a little bit confused why you're against this. You mentioned about the train line, and you always have told us where they took that land from. I would have thought you'd like to see some given back. And although it's not going to be Whiteman Park, it can be a potential there. Madam Mayor, why are they rezoning this? Well, we all know there's a housing crisis. They need more land. But Madam Mayor, is this the right way? Well, I don't think so, because there was only probably about 4 months ago that I was actually having a bit of a whinge that a previous development should have been a TOD, should have been higher density around the train station. But they missed that opportunity, but they want to do this. It doesn't make sense to me. Madam Mayor, I think this is a good opportunity. I don't quite agree with all the reasons Councillor Catalano said, but I agree in principle that this land, there is a good opportunity. This land is a good opportunity to put a bit of green back, which now has got a train line, and also do something of it. The fact that it is degraded or not as good as other land, Councillor Henderson, there is a number of groups out there that like improving that, and that'd be a good project for them. And I think on this one, putting housing there is not a good option.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. I'll ask, is anyone against the motion? Anyone like to speak for the motion? Anyone like to speak against or for the motion? No? You're right to reply.
Yes, well, I'm disappointed when somebody calls land dead land, because there is actually no such thing as dead land. I mean, there were plenty of there's plenty of people that walk across there. Those ducks were really enjoying themselves in what's a little bit of a pond there. I mean, the trees and the birds and the other things that live on it. I mean, it's alive to them and it's alive to me. There's no such thing as dead land. But anyway, thanks for some support. It is actually really important. I mean, you just cannot justify housing people in these really abominable situations just because there's a housing crisis. I mean, a housing crisis is created for other reasons, and those reasons need to be looked at squarely in the face. For instance, like, the target population targets for this state, for instance. And that's no excuse to leave suburbs with atrocious housing at the end of the day, houses backing right up to traffic corridors. I mean, it was never heard of back when I was a child. It shouldn't be heard of now. I mean, we thought we were poor then. I mean, I consider this to be poverty when we can't even afford to keep spaces like this as open spaces for what is already a very highly built up, high density area. And what it means for anybody that's going to live there, if it is developed, it's really atrocious kind of conditions that they're going to be living in. So, yeah, I mean, just the idea that the land should be built on whether when we don't have the proper hydrological assessments done. I mean, we've seen the folly of this, and I want to say it's not just Henley Brook where that's actually suffering from inundation. It's agricultural land in the Swan Valley on the other side of Dayton. And we hear about it from the community in this gallery all the time. We're getting reports about it. I think it's time we need to just step back and make sure we've got all of these hydrological assessments done before we do any more building in this area. Ultimately, we have to provide, and I would finally say, you know, you can push the blame onto the state government all that you like, but at the end of the day, we are here tonight to make a decision as this council, and the decision is to say no.
And that's your 3 minutes. So I'll just ask everyone now, we'll take that to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Catalano, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Johnson, and Councillor Howlett. And those against were Councillor Henderson and myself. Thank you. That's carried. 9-2. Thank you. Okay. Now we move on to an exciting part of the night. We have 14.4.3, which is the Food Organics and Garden Organics FOGO. 3-bin curbside collection, system review and community consultation, page 430. Proposed motion by Councillor Bowman. If you'd like to please read out your motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Madam Mayor, I wouldn't say it's a whatever description you said exciting. I'd say it's an extremely important one. My proposed motion is that Council resolves to 1, that the rollout of FOGO will remain on pause until staff provide a better solution for Council's consideration that takes into account the feedback received to date from residents or ratepayers, which clearly show that the current system is the least preferred by 59% of the survey. And the reason for my motion: staff have recommended a continuous approach, with the only adjustment being offering property owners a range of bin sizes to choose from. Staff have failed to listen to the community concerns by providing a continuous approach. DWER failed to brief Council on the requested information, which was required to make a fully informed decision. The community has clearly indicated that 79% of ratepayers want a bigger general waste bin and or a more frequent than fortnightly pickup of their general waste bin. And 5, the City of Swan has already failed when it did not previously ask the residents or ratepayers their views on the proposed FOGO rollout, rubbish collection changes, and address any concerns.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Catalano. Do I have anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? Yes. Thank you. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, this is probably the most disappointing of the night. And the reason why, Madam Mayor, our community has been saying there's a problem. We put it on hold. This council realised we need to check it out. We did the surveys. I would suggest somewhat biased surveys with some loaded stats. But we still got the results that we got in front of us. 79% of our ratepayers want a bigger general waste bin and or more frequent. They have said they do not want a fortnightly 140 litre general waste bin. We can't keep doing the same. And this is what the officer's report is. If we look at the stats, even the stats that I don't think were unbiased, it quite clearly said option 2 was the preferred. Option 2, that was a bigger bin. If you look at the staff, what they said, they put roadblock after roadblock, and even the officer's comments tonight. There's additional information that's come to us for the first time ever. The first time ever. Now, I would have thought councillors gave a pretty clear indication that they wanted something better. I thought that council gave a clear indication that we're listening to our community. And yes, there were things that were thrown in front of us, like the EMRC grant funding. Have we said that we're deleting FOGO? No. Option 2. The only difference with option 2 was give a 240 litre municipal waste bin. That is a reduction of 50%. But staff said, let's do the same. And we can try a few little different sizes. No, councillors. Let's turn that around. Why don't we say the 240 litre general waste bin fortnightly is the system, but for those who want to reduce waste, for those who can reduce waste, if you want to go to a 140, you can have a discount. But no, that's not what was being proposed, councillors. Councillors, we got told, although it had to get dragged out and whisper from me, of why there's such a difference in cost, or not a difference in cost, with 2 bins and 3 bins. It's quite clear that at the moment, with your 3 bins FOGO, you get 140 litre municipal waste once a fortnight. The waste levy went up 16% in 1 year. If you only have 2 bins, you have 480 litres of municipal waste potentially. That attracts a much, much significant waste levy. Madam Mayor, this is an important... I ask for 2 more minutes, please.
Extension in favour, Councillor Catalano. Second. Anyone against? Yes, I was just going to ask if you could please just lower the volume. So an extension for 2 minutes. Yep, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I apologise if I'm passionate about this situation, because this council, before I was on council, this council did not listen to our community. They did not ask our community. We went out this time and they've told us, and we've got in front of us a recommendation to do the same thing. You can have an extra size bin. What's that going to cost? Staff haven't provided us that. Why weren't we recommended option 2, the option that was always pushed to us? But Madam Mayor, no, we didn't. There is other options out there. Doesn't take long to look what's happening around Australia. I expect our IT system, the one that spent millions of dollars on, you can have 2 or 3 different charges for your waste bins if you've got all 140s, all 240s, or all 360s. Why wasn't that option? Is that too hard? I really wonder why. But councillors, we sort of touched on it tonight. We make the strategic directions. We make the strategic decisions, not staff. And that's what we're here to tonight. Listen to your community. I really question the information that's been provided by staff, especially in response to my motion, when information, if this was so critical information, why weren't we told about it in the lead up? I really question that.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Catalano.
I think there have only been 2 times when I've put a post on Facebook, and I don't really put that many on, but 2 times when I've put posts on Facebook about rubbish bins and about fines for not getting your rubbish bins right. And I literally had thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people commenting. This is a really big issue for the community. The first time actually was nothing to do with FOGO. In fact, I'd been given the wrong information from staff about one of the bin pickups, one of the bin pickups, and all hell broke loose because it was the wrong date. But that's fine. I mean, that just shows you the amount of concern, the amount of feeling out there about rubbish and getting it right. I have to totally agree. We cannot, as a council, afford to get this wrong because, it is just going to be so bad for this council. I mean, we already get rubbished quite enough on Facebook about, the maintenance and the lack of maintenance and all the other things that go on. But to have actually put this on hold, everybody knows we've put it on hold, to take people's opinion. Then people have asked me even a number of times, how should I respond? When should I they're keen to respond. They responded. And then to not deliver, I think is going to really make this council look extremely bad in the community. And I urge you to consider that, because we might have aspirations for FOGO, and it's not like they're bad aspirations. Recycling is a great thing, but you've got to be able to take your community with you. And we haven't done that groundwork. And we've got families, young families, we've got demographics, we've got people who don't necessarily cook a lot of their own food in the suburbs that we live in, that we have living in our city. And it's not like Bassendean. I mean, Bassendean, they can get it right, but look at the size of them, look at the fact of their demographic, look at the aspirations of the community. We have communities that are just not on board with it at the moment. They don't understand it. Probably there's loads of people that don't even know what it really is. And the other thing is that you can go ahead with FOGO, but if it comes out more than 12% contaminated, it's a complete waste of time anyway. And the likelihood of it being contaminated are high if you haven't got your community with you. And just...
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. Now, I'll just ask... Thank you. Is anyone against? No?
I mean, it is really one of the most important issues in the community for our ratepayers. So let's talk about it. Let's debate it. And so getting back to where I was, which was that contamination. We're going to defeat the purpose because we haven't got the communities with us. We need to really get people on board before we come out with a decision that's basically the same as the one we had. And I agree. Why can't we offer people a range of different options? Why can't we be a little bit more diverse and a little bit more broad-minded in our thinking? And accept that because we are always talking about it, we have a very diverse community. We have some people who can aspire and live their lives and recycle and put things in the right containers and everything like that. I myself wouldn't even create any FOGO, right? But I don't expect that there's very many people like that in our communities, especially not in those new suburbs up the growth corridor, because simply they don't have the space to, worm farms recycle. They don't have the time to recycle. They're busy picking kids up from daycare. They're getting takeaways on their way home. I mean, they don't often have time to cook. the idea of FOGO and recycling is great if you're thinking about families who cook together and, you know, they've got all these peelings and it all. It's not like that in those suburbs. People are rushed out of their minds. And I think it's just a big impost to go back to saying, well, this is what you're going to get on with it.
I'll ask, does anyone want to speak against the motion? Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'll just begin by foreshadowing my my own alternate motion, should this one fail. Councillors, why do we need to proceed with FOGO? It is public policy supported by our community. The public environmental values mean we need to increase recycling as we move towards a circular economy. That is the direction we are going in. Many other metro areas have FOGO. I understand Bassendean, the town of Bassendean and the city of Bayswater have had FOGO for years with very little complaint about it. I'm confident that our community want FOGO. As many councillors know, I did do my own, what I call a field trip to Ballajura to find out more about it. And I did find that the majority of people want it, think it's fine, they soon got adjusted to it. There are some problems, and I do believe that those problems, which mostly relate to the nappy issue and large families, can be resolved by the officer's recommendation. Basically, a bigger bin, and when I've discussed the smell issue with people in Bassendean and Bayswater, they tell me it's all a matter of bagging the offending smelly articles so that the smell doesn't get out. Councillors, the community did not ask for a pause for our FOGO rollout. They wanted it to continue. In my observation, and I've posted about it on Facebook and got lots of responses, the most common response I get is, it says on my rates bill that I'm paying for a 3-bin service, but I've only got 2 bins. That's what I hear time and time again, and that's what my own alternate motion is about, supporting the officer's recommendation and resolving the 3-bin, 2-bin issue. Councillors, the state government is encouraging local governments to increase recycling by increasing the landfill levy, in effect a tax on us for sending waste to landfill. Last year, as we learnt at the Agenda Forum, the state government increased the landfill levy by 21%. So if we don't move to FOGO to minimise the waste diversion, we're going to be paying an awful lot more. Now, let's also consider the cost of Councillor Bowman's suggestion. We've already received grants or have been promised grants of $8.7 million that we'd have to return if we abandoned FOGO. Plus, we need to pay an extra $970,000 to convert the already rolled out properties from FOGO to GO, and I understand we're about a third of the way through. Councillors, in any situation where a change is occurring, and in my business, in the world of business transformation projects, change is just normal, it happens all the time. There's always going to be people who don't like it. But that's handled through communication, and we've just been through that communication exercise right now. We should have done it before we started, but we realised we needed to do it. We've done it. And I think we've got the message out there. And what I'm hearing...
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Can I have another 2 minutes, please?
Yeah. Is anyone against? No.
Yes, it's waste is obviously the most passionate subject on this council, and I'll just say to members of the public gallery who might be candidates, you don't want to be on this side of the red rope if you're not interested in waste, because it's about a third of what we do here. Councillors, anecdotally, what I find is that people in my ward want FOGO as they support increased recycling. They know it's the right thing to do. More people have told me they're disappointed they're not getting FOGO than have, at least in my ward, ever said to me, well, they don't want FOGO. I do hear some people don't want it, but I believe the communication exercise we've gone through will have resolved that. As I've said before, some families need that bigger landfill waste bin, and we know why, and the officer's recommendation is resolving that. Councillors, the largest group of first and second preferences in the city survey, on page 435, was for option 2, FOGO. So I'll just say that again, so I've made it clear. The largest group of first and second preferences was for option 2 FOGO, and that's with a larger general waste bin option. 89% want option 2 FOGO with a larger bin if you look at the first and second preference. In Councillor Bowman's right of reply, I hope he'll explain to me where he got the number of 79% from, because no matter how I combine the numbers here, I can't understand a logical way of adding it up to 79. So if you could respond in your right of reply along those lines. Councillors, I do believe we should proceed with FOGO. I think our community will embrace it. It is a third rolled out. I'm not hearing a lot of noise from the people who've got it. I'm confident the people in my ward will want it, and I believe they are next on the list. I want it to go ahead, and the reason I want it to go ahead is because I strongly believe my community wants it to go ahead. The only question that they have, I've just got about another sentence, is why are they paying for 3 bins when they've only got 2 bins? We need to resolve that. And my alternate motion does that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask if there's anyone against the motion. Anyone like to speak against the motion? Anyone like to speak for the motion? No? Your right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, let's start with the easy one. Councillor Johnson, 79, 34 plus 45. Look at page 435, and that's all I can say there. Madam Mayor, my motion is not stopping FOGO. I'm concerned. Maybe I'm speaking a different language. Maybe everything I've been putting through is different. What I have said, and maybe I was saying it too loud, maybe councillors aren't listening, but what I said, Madam Mayor, is 79% of our community in the surveys said they want either a bigger general waste bin or a weekly pickup. Option 2 did that. I would have been quite happy if staff had shown me option 2. But then I would have said, why aren't we providing a discount for those who want to voluntary, with a little bit of reduction, go to 140. So my motion is not costing $8 million or whatever Councillor Johnson said. My motion is about getting things right. My motion is not about stopping FOGO. It's about fixing the problems with this rollout. And part of that FOGO rollout, which people didn't know too much about, was their 240 litre general waste bin went down to 140 in a fortnight. That's a big drop. Councillor Johnson talks about his alternative motions, the 3 bin, 2 bins. Well, if he can't actually comprehend the 79% that I've got, we've been told why a 2 bin is costing as much as the 3 bin. And that's because you've got 480 litres potentially of general waste going to waste to the hole in the ground, and that's your waste landfill levy. With a FOGO, the maximum you can have is only 140 a fortnight. So the extra cost in the pickups, Councillor Johnson, 1 extra pickup a fortnight, is offset by the reduction that we have to get charged for the waste levy. So we don't need a report on that, because we got told that last week. But councillors, Councillor Catalano hit the nail on the head. We cannot afford to get this wrong. Our community is saying, please listen to us, listen to our community. But councillors, summing up, my motion doesn't say don't do FOGO. My motion is actually about the general waste bin sizes. My motion is about let's find a better solution that actually rewards those that do less waste. But no, staff said do the same and offer a bigger bin. And we know, because in Councillor Johnson's motion, he wants to reimburse them for the upsizing, so there'll be a cost to those people.
Well, councillors, it's time to put that to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Catalano? Councillor Bowman? Councillor Miles? Councillor Zanino? And Councillor Henderson? And those against? Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Brodovnik, Councillor Deputy Mayor Johnson, Councillor Howlett and myself. And it's lost 5-6. Okay. Councillor Johnson. Now, if the motion is lost, I'll need a councillor to move the officer's recommendation, please. Deputy Mayor, if you'd like to read out your motion, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor. My motion is that Council resolve to continue the staged rollout of the 3-bin FOGO system, offering property owners a range of bin size options to choose from. Reimburse properties with stages 1 to 3 which have paid to upsize their general waste bin. Continue to pause the rollout in rural areas and report back to Council following further consultation. 4. Advise the relevant funding bodies of the decision, Waste Authority Western Australia and Eastern Metropolitan Regional Council. 5. This is the new bit. To report to Council at the October 2025 Ordinary Council meeting on the detailed costs of the 2024/25 3-bin waste service standard versus detailed costs of the 2-bin waste recycling service charge that many residents continue to receive. The reasons for my motion are that many ratepayers are quite rightly complaining about being charged $491 in 2024/25 for a 3-bin FOGO service that they have not received. And they believe that the 2-bin service that they continue to receive would be lower in cost, as the 2023/24 charge was $452. C. They would like each of the 2 and 3-bin waste charge costs explained in detail so that they can be compared. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Question. Question?
I need a seconder first, apparently. Councillor Miles.
Question through you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Madam Mayor. Can someone just clarify? I just wanted to double check. So, Councillor Deputy Mayor Johnson's motion is pretty much the officer's recommendation with an additional report to Council. Is that quite different to option 2 in the report to Council? It seems to be. Can someone just clarify that for me?
Mr. CEO.
Thank you. Effectively, it's not dissimilar. Just coming back to the points that were raised in there, effectively, and I've spoken to staff about this as I wasn't here when the agenda settlement was finalised. It could have been clearer that what they were recommending was option 2 with some variations to option 2, and that is coming to the choice for the smaller or larger bin, but effectively option 2. And that is clearly what this officer's report should have been about and what the fundamentals of it is. So Councillor Johnson is adding, though, the requirement for us to explain the cost variation, and whilst we raise that with council members, we have the data and it's very easy to provide the basis, but effectively, just I'll point this last point, the 2 and 3 bin systems cost basically the same. There's not a lot of variation in the 2 of them. There was a big jump in 23/24 that all relates to the introduction of a much higher waste levy.
So if I'm clear then, in effect we are voting for option 2 with this first point, even though it didn't clearly enunciate it.
So through the chair, that's the fundamental effect of it, but what we're trying to do is give residents more choice. Rather than just come along with a FOGO bin of 240 litres, which is still what option 2 is, if we have properties which are 0 to 0 lot development and they have no garden, they're not going to generate garden organics. So they're only going to generate 2 or 3 kilos of FOGO at most a week. So you'll offer them smaller green bin. It's really trying to provide that choice of bin size back to the residents. What we have to do, though, is in order to retain the grant, we've got to have the approval of the Waste Authority, because their grant for us, which is the predominant element, was conditional on us having a smaller red bin. So that's why we need some flexibility in the way we progress this to have that discussion first.
Okay. So where Councillor Miles is the seconder, and there was a question in between. I'll ask, does anyone like to speak against? Yep, would you wish to debate it?
Well, some questions first, please.
Questions?
So through you, Madam Mayor, to the CEO, what will be the cost, the additional cost that will be charged to ratepayers to increase their rubbish bin from one size to the next?
Thank you.
So this is the component. We firstly need to go back to the provider of the bin service and just confirm we've got flexibility with the contract on some of those. The fundamental effect of reimbursing is that we're not seeking to provide additional cost to the ratepayers. So in offering the flexibility, we're aiming to do that without additional cost to ratepayers. I believe, Mr. Coaten, and Mr. Chakwinder, that's the principle.
So did I hear right that we don't know what the cost will be?
So if I'm saying to you we're not aiming to provide any additional cost to ratepayers, you won't. You could ask what's the cost, but you won't know how many people are going to choose cost A or cost B. So if there's 100 people who choose a smaller bin or 200 people, that's going to vary the cost overall. Hence, we're aiming to do it within the current revenue we generate from the waste charge.
Madam Mayor, through you to the CEO, the CEO said that this is option 2, but staff got it wrong and didn't write the report too well, or words to those things. Can he confirm that the different size option bins is only for FOGO as it's written in the recommendation, or is there the option for increasing your general waste bin, which was option 2?
So through the chair, that is the intent of what we're seeking to do. But as I've said a minute ago, remember the funding we have from the Waste Authority, and this was raised during the presentation, I believe, by Dewar. Again, I wasn't here. That was their funding was conditional on us going to a smaller red bin. So what we want to do is keep their funding. The vast majority of people will be able to deal with a smaller red bin, but where people express views that say, oh, a family, maybe a family of 4 children, can't cope with that, rather than make them try and substantiate, we won't. We'll just give the resident the choice that they want. If a resident were to come back afterwards and say, look, we're really struggling with this, we actually don't want a bigger bin, or we're really struggling with this, we need a larger bin, the city being more flexible in its approach. But because the state government had mandated as part of the introduction in giving us the better bin grant that we have the smaller bin, we just need some flexibility to negotiate with them.
So, Madam Mayor, my question was, does this size in bins that we get to choose from, or the ratepayer, is it only FOGO bins, or is it the general waste bin, which under the current system of rolling out is going to 140 litre, and it's not option 2?
So through the chair, I thought I'd made it clear the intention is to give the resident the choice. However, to give them that choice, we need the flexibility agreed to by the Waste Authority. Otherwise, we'll end up with a significant additional impost for the bin. Now, my understanding is when this issue was raised with them, they are entirely sympathetic to that and not taking the money back off us, because the fundamental requirement of a third bin is there's a big amount of additional plastic, and there's flexibility there.
So, Madam Mayor, I'll ask the question again, because we're talking about flexibility and taking money off us. This resolution in front of us, or the officer's resolution, the CEO said it is basically option 2 but badly written, or words to those effect. Can he confirm, and if he can, I believe it probably would be best to be in the actual motion, that to continue the stage rollout of the 3-bin FOGO system, offering property owners a range of bin size options to choose from, is that options to choose from for our FOGO bin and our general waste bin?
The short answer, Councillor Bowman, is yes.
So, to the mover and seconder, would you be happy to put those 2 actual words in that motion?
Which actual words? I have a question too.
So we've just been confirmed by the CEO that offering property owners a range of bin size options to choose from for FOGO and general waste.
Through the chair, no, I think Councillor Bowman is saying, because it talks about 3-bin FOGO system, he thinks people might, or staff may presume that's only for FOGO, whereas we're saying it's for the 3-bin system, and it's the 3 bin types overall. Now, noting when we introduced this and we gave people the option of upsizing the yellow bin, we didn't specify that in any motions. But if you wish to have it clarified, just simply adding those additional words, offering property owners a range of bin sizes for their waste bins, so that is plural, to choose from, then what we're saying is it would be for the green or the red or the yellow.
So then bin options to choose from for FOGO bin, general waste bin and recycling bin, to make it really clear.
As I said, for the bins, so the waste bin, if you want to put those three words in, again, through the chair, it doesn't change the intent of the motion. It would be deemed to be a minor amendment for clarification. And from the staff's perspective, if they're nodding at me, I don't think there's any issue with it.
I had a question first from Councillor Catalano.
What happens if the Waste Authority don't allow the small red bin?
Well, through the chair, they already allowed the small red bin because that's what it's premised
I mean, if they don't allow the change from the small red bin to the large red bin.
So, again, Mr Giacovino?
Oh, Mr Coaton's also.
So what happens with this motion?
I'm just about to answer.
So if we don't get approval, the city would have to return the $1 million of Better Bins grant. So that will be one portion of funding potentially. But as the CEO has mentioned beforehand, they have asked us to write a variation to them and they will consider it.
Second question.
So why don't we get that approval beforehand, before making this decision tonight?
Through the chair.
Thank you.
So through the chair, you go into caretaker mode at the end of this month and you won't be able to reconsider this until after November. You would still be leaving the city in limbo for a number of months. That's council's choice. However, by making this decision now, and subject to the Waste Authority agreeing, and I'd simply note, they've also agreed to a raft of other local governments doing variations on their agreements, etc. So I don't think this is going to be an issue, and particularly as we've raised it with them and said to them, this is community feedback and we want that flexibility. I believe they will be sympathetic to it. However, in putting it in, if they came back to us and said no, then I would simply advise council immediately of that, and we have the option of, again, doing another pause and reconsidering it.
I had a question for Councillor Podolski.
Sorry.
Oh, just one moment.
Sorry,
wait a minute.
What's
Just
the
one
option
moment.
of pausing? How does that work? How does this option of pausing and reconsidering work, please?
So through the chair, your concern is that you'd lose $1 million worth of waste.
I get that. My
Okay.
question was, what's the process for pausing and reconsidering this motion tonight if the Waste Authority say you can't have
So
the bigger
this
red
motion
bin?
is to seek us to reinstate and get the program going. That's not, if I just use an example, like that, and tomorrow we can get back out there. It will take us a while to go in and re-engage with the community, to remarket this. It could be another month before we're able to get a substantive re-rolling out of it. We've got to get back. In that time, we'll have had the discussion with the Waste Authority. We'll be seeking their agreement to a variation on this, and we'd be able to come back and tell you about that month whether there was any issues or not.
And then what happens?
If there were issues, and say that, well, simply, they're not going to let us keep the money and we'd have to give back the other monies, then we'd make that clear to council, and this matter would have to come back for some redetermination because there'd be a fundamental change of what was going on. What we're trying to do is avoid that. What we're trying to do is have a clear decision to move forward with this, with either FOGO service, with the GO service, and to not allow all those residents who are coming back and asking questions of you and of the staff, why am I paying for 3 bins or 2 bins, etc.
Right, hang on, I've got questions first from Councillor Brodovnik.
Would it just be an easy or a potential way to deal with this is to make an amendment that includes having that discussion with the Waste Authority, so to proceed, and then, you know, if they come back and say we can't do it, then the ball, you know, we can just bring it back. So does that hit the mark there?
So through the chair, you could add another point, which would be point 6, and that is for the city to engage with the Waste Authority on the issues of changes to the grant agreement, and if the grant agreement and if those changes were not agreed to, the matters returned to council for decision. That's quite easy to add as a point 6.
I'll propose that amendment.
I have a question. One moment. Councillor Miles next.
All right. Just really quickly, in the case that we do pass this recommendation, would there be a program to inform all residents who do have the FOGO bin system that this is our decision and you can now have the change to your red bin or any bin?
So through the chair, it will take us a while to get back into this program. It's just not instantaneous. The first thing we will need to do is inform those who've made submissions what council's outcome was. We would also look to do the reimbursement, then consistent with the decision for those who paid the higher charge. We would get the advice from DUA on the bin size and the grant, and then would be in a position to start. In the interim, our intention will be come back and continue to inform you of all of that. So councillors are not waiting for another report, but they're informed by staff.
Okay. I had a question from the Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I've been so intently listening to everybody else, I think I may have forgotten my question, so go on to somebody else.
Come back to that. Councillor Bowman.
Madam Mayor, my question was the mover and second prepared to add the words on recommendation 1, which the CEO quite clearly said was the intent, albeit it wasn't on there, that it will be owners a range of bid-size options to choose from for FOGO, general waste and recycling.
Would you like to see that, or were you happy with that, Deputy Mayor?
I'm all right with it because I saw the staff nodding, saying that was achievable. Is that right? The staff still got the same view that that's not going to cost any more. It's not going to have any impact.
Acceptable to the
It
seconder?
seems very reasonable.
Seconder would have to agree.
Is that acceptable, was it? Yes? Okay, so we'll pop that up on... We'll just wait till that's added in there. Yep, happy with that? Okay, so
Madam Mayor, question.
question first?
Yep. Have staff realised that that's been accepted, so that's now in black and my name's not there?
It will be.
So, Madam Mayor, my next question is, for my $491, if I have 3 FOGO bins, what size bin under this now?
New change.
Sorry, I was just watching my name get put up again in red, which has been adopted. So for the $491, what size bin do I get? FOGO, general waste and recycling.
Mr. CEO.
Thank you. Well, as you, I presume, already have a 240 litre red bin, a general bin now, a green litre bin, but not a FOGO bin, which is what the changeover, and you also have a 240 litre recycling bin. Unless you come back and tell us you want a larger recycling bin, you would retain the current size recycling bin. We would offer you as the standard the 140 litre for the red bin, but if you came back and said to us, I need a larger one, your 240 litre general bin would be resized with a red lid. When offering you the FOGO bin, we'd offer you the 240 litre as the standard. I don't know the size of your property, but if you came back and said, we've got no garden where I live, I need a smaller FOGO bin, we would offer you a 140 litre FOGO bin.
So, Madam
Mayor,
Mayor,
I don't know what your circumstances are.
Madam Mayor, I'm not worried about my circumstances, I'm worried about my ratepayers, but just so I can confirm, the $491 will get me a 140 general waste picked up fortnightly, a 240 FOGO picked up weekly, and a 240 recycling if I haven't been lucky enough to get a 360, and that'll cost me the $491. Is that correct?
Mr. CEO.
Depending on what you came back with, if you said to us, The 140 red was not big enough for the 4 persons or 6 persons I have in my house. I need 240 litre. And you said because I don't have a big garden, I wanted a 140 litre instead of a 240 FOGO. That's what you'd get. So the combination and the capacity is going to be dependent on your circumstances.
So does there have to be a reason? Can I be a single person living at home and I just don't like different size bins and I want all 240s and I get charged the same amount? Or does there have to be a reason?
So for you to want a 240 or a 140 green bin, you would have a reason. We'd be offering you a standard because we have already in your possession a 240 litre bin which is going to be changed over. We have already in a contract an additional 140 litre which is a standard protocol that would be coming to you. So you would have to engage with us, and this is why I think the rollout will take some longer, but should lead to things like less contamination if people are getting more flexibility in what they want, more education because people are getting the understanding of what they're getting, and then at the end of that, Councillor Bowman, you would have made the decision and we would have given you the cocktail. Now, the frequency of the service would still be your MSW, your FOGO bin will be picked up weekly because that's what we're trying to get is your organics. Your MSW fortnightly and your alternating with your yellow bin fortnightly.
So I think we can agree on that. But my question then is, if I've got the 140 which comes as standard at $4.91 for my general, and I go, I want the same size bin, I want a 240, will there be additional charge to me as a ratepayer?
As we've said, the intent of this motion is not to increase the cost to you as a ratepayer. What we won't know, frankly, is until we go through further iterations of the rollout, the degree of flexibility that people have opted for. And you'll only know then whether it's going to have an impact on the ongoing capital charge. It won't impact the collection charge. That same truck, whether you've got 2 litres in your FOGO bin or 18 litres in your FOGO bin, kilos, it's still got to drive past your house every week. And as you've seen on the cost analysis we were giving you, and I'm sorry to go on, you know, the collection and the additional cost is a significant part of this. Processing, etc., and what happens with residual is not as significant as getting past your property.
Question?
Councillor Henderson.
If we're going to effectively double the amount of general waste, which would go to landfill, I suppose, that's going to effectively be an additional cost. So that issue hasn't been dealt with in this discussion. And so would that be an issue for us?
So through the chair, if you don't mind me continue, we're not able to double the amount of general waste that will go to landfill. 2 things are happening. With the introduction of the FOGO, it's designed to strip out the organics which are currently going to landfill. Secondly, all of your residual waste will be going to waste to energy within less than 10 months. So the component won't be going to landfill. What we're trying to do with these things is to preserve our position with the state for the licence agreements for the waste to energy, which say you have to have put your waste through a better practice source separation, or you could, in years to come, be subject to the landfill levy.
Okay. Further question?
Yeah. An amendment?
Can the CEO craft up a bit of an amendment based on the discussions with the Waste Authority and is it DEWA as well?
Through the chair, how about we go along these lines? That the city engage with the Waste Authority to seek retention of its better bin grants to enable the flexibility provisions detailed in this amendment. How are you going? And if that is not successful, the matter revert to council. So what have you got so far?
The city engaged with the Waste Authority to seek retention of...
For the retention of its better bin grant. I think it's called better bin grant. for the flexibility provisions contained in this amendment or this alternative? And if that is not successful, the matter be returned to council for advice or for decision. I'm happy for anyone from governance to wordsmith that further if you need to.
Any takers do we have? So we'll just have a look at that again, Councillor
Question.
Podovnik. Just one moment, we'll just see if we can get this right.
For advice and advice and decision.
Okay, so let's have a read through that again.
Makes sense to you?
Yeah, it does. The only question I've got is the October meeting before or after the election? Because if it's before the election, we won't be able to do anything, will we? It'll have to be November.
So, through the chair. Yeah. The October meeting is before the election, and that's why the first bit is you can return item 5, information come back on the cost, because that's neither here nor there. It's talking about a past waste charge. So in giving you a report at October on the past waste charge, that has no impact on any decisions or other things by a caretaker. What we haven't put is a date on item 6, because
that's what my intention was.
We don't want to have that impacted by a caretaker.
Okay, so Councillor Podovnik, is that happy with that amendment?
No,
okay.
You need a mover for the amendment, now seconder for the amendment.
Can't I just accept the amendment?
No, so the mover is Councillor Podovnik.
Well, if it's an amendment, I can accept the amendment.
Just a moment. Just a moment.
Yeah.
So we have a mover.
We don't need to move it. You need to accept. You asked me if I want to accept the amendment. The answer is yes.
Right.
I'll have a look.
I'm looking at 8.3, 4. So once it's seconded,
4B, it must be
so
seconded.
to me, I think it's still got to be moved and seconded and dealt with. Is anyone against? If no one's against, it becomes part of the substantive motion. If not, the amendment has to be debated.
Okay.
Is that clear, Madam Mayor?
So is that correct?
So where you under 8.4, 8.34, you've got procedure. So you've got, this is not just adding a few extra words. This is a mover states amendment. Without speaking it, put the amendment in writing if required, which we've just done. Has to be seconded. Now it's an amendment to the motion. If no one wishes to speak, if no one speaks against it, that becomes the substantive part of the motion. If not, you'll debate this point.
Question: is this not a variation rather than, strictly speaking, an amendment? So variation is on page 24. 8.6. If any member proposes a variation to a motion prior to debate commencing, with the agreement of the mover and seconder, the variation is included in the motion. So that is the procedure that I'm explaining. We've previously called it an amendment, but it's actually a variation. So Councillor Podovnik is proposing a variation, and I'm agreeing to the variation. We need the seconder to agree to the variation.
So we come back to 8.63. If there's no objection, the proposed variation included in the motion. It's the same process of just doing what I've said under an amendment, and no one speaks against it. If there is an objection, it must be dealt with as an amendment. So the key for you right now, because remember, it's being proposed, we haven't started debate. Does anyone object to it? If no one objects, it simply becomes part of the motion. If not, then it's got to be dealt with as a debated amendment.
Right, so the next stage then is the seconder needs to accept the variation, and then the mayor needs to ask if anyone objects to the variation.
So, as a seconder, thank you. And then, does anyone object? Nope, so that's then carried as a standard motion.
Now it's open for debate.
And now I'll ask, is anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? Thank you. Move it.
Councillors, during that interesting interlude, I find myself in a position where the CEO is providing lots of help and advice for one of my alternate motions. Has that ever happened before? No, not ever. I noticed looking at page, thank you very much, Mr. CEO, for your help. Looking at page 435, I'm seeing it says here, recommended approach. It is recommended that before rolling out future stages, residents are consulted to determine the best size general waste bin, 140 litres or 240 litres, and FOGO bin, 140 litres or 240 litres for their property. So they get asked. So that's what this motion is all about. That is the recommendation in a nutshell. That's what it's all about. So, councillors, this, I am confident, is the right thing. And this concern we've got about the Waste Authority. Is the Waste Authority likely to object to a large family having a larger general waste bin? Basically, they're producing a lot of general waste. They need to have an extra bin, a larger bin or an extra bin. So the alternative would be to maybe give them 2 red bins, but we're simply offering them an extra large bin. I cannot imagine that the Waste Authority would expect us to repay our funding. So I'm confident this is the right approach. I'm confident with all these changes we've made that we've delegated the right authority to the CEO, and we can proceed with the rollout, awaiting the reply from the Waste Authority, which I'm sure is going to be positive. And finally, our community can get what I know they want, this excellent FOGO system, which is going to take us in the direction of a circular economy. Now, the extra bit of my motion, which was the original alternate motion, is how many of us councillors have had members of the community say to them, why am I paying for a 3-bin service when I've only got 2 bins? We've all seen the photographs. I've had people sending me emails showing, look, here's my rates notice, it says 3 bins, but I've only got 2 bins. I wish I had $5 for every time I've seen a Facebook post or someone has emailed me or asked me about where's my 3-bin FOGO service. Councillors, it's clear to me what the answer is, and I do agree with the CEO that the costs of the 2-bin service versus a 3-bin service are the same. And the reason they are the same is because if we're sending more to landfill, we're paying a higher waste levy, and the waste levy is going up by 21%. So the $491 is probably going to be approximately the same for 3. We know it's $491 for 3 bins. It's almost going to be very similar to 2 bins. But what does the motion do? The motion provides the clear information to the ratepayers as to why the 3-bin service and the 2-bin service are either the same in price or different. Why exactly is it? That's what people want to know. They just want an explanation. And right now we've got a qualitative explanation, but we want a quantitative, precise explanation exactly why your 2-bin service is going to be the same as the 3-bin service. It's because you're sending more to landfill and the landfill levy is going up in price. So that's in a nutshell the change that I've made through my alternate motions to provide more information to the community. Look, we've done a great job, I think, in...
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor.
Just 2 more sentences, Madam Mayor, if I may. We've done a great job. The CEO has done a great job consulting with the community. We just need to give them that little bit of extra information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, I'll ask, does anyone like to speak? Sorry? Seconder? Yes.
Sorry.
Been a while.
Yeah, I won't keep us going too much longer, but, you know, FOGO has been a lightning rod for opposition and support across our community. Whiteman Ward and Balladura, you know, we were the first kind of guinea pigs to get FOGO, and that was very delightful, I can tell you that. You know, lots of people saying, please, this is such a great idea, we should keep it, and a lot of people saying they're very irked, to say the least, with the changes that they have been bestowed upon them. But I think what we've come to here with the Deputy Mayor and the rest of the council kind of workshopping some of the wording is a good alternative, and I appreciate the work the staff have done to consult the community even more, because I think that's the most important thing, is to hear our residents' concerns. And I know that's why we're all here sitting at the big table, is that we're here to represent our community's interests and concerns. And obviously the concerns are really important to hear, and I think this addresses them. So let's support it.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Anyone ask if there's anyone against? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Madam Mayor, I haven't heard any more bigger rubbish than I've heard tonight. And the reason why, Madam Mayor, this is not option 2. Anyone that says this is option 2, got to be joking. Option 2
Point of order.
Just one moment, Councillor Bowman. Deputy Mayor, what's your point of order?
It's just fact. It doesn't say option 2 in the recommendation.
Sorry, if you could just tell me what your point of order is, please. If you could quote the page number. No, I'm sorry, I'm going to move on. You need to have that ready. Thank you. Councillor Bowman, if you'd like to
Madam
continue.
Mayor. The CEO said this was basically option 2, but worded badly.
Points of order.
Just one moment. What is your points of order, Deputy Mayor?
Point of order. 7.2.
7.2.
7.2 1F, the presentation of false or misleading information.
What was that?
It does not say option 2 in the motion. It is, the recommendation is clearly on page 435. What's it does? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
You're not listening.
Councillor Bowman. So, Deputy Mayor, I'll uphold that point of order. Councillor Bowman.
Madam Mayor, I said the CEO told us this is basically option 2. Never did I say that the recommendation is option 2, Councillor Johnson. But the CEO said this is option 2 but badly written. It's not option 2, because option 2 was to give everybody a 240 litre general waste bin. 89% of the feedback wanted the bigger bin. We're not doing that. We don't know what this is going to cost. We don't know how we're going to roll it out. We don't know the outcome of the better bins. We don't know if we can actually do it. Definitely didn't get told what the costs are going to be if I want a bigger bin. Apparently it's going to be free. There's going to be no additional cost. I hear, and I keep hearing, larger family. Is it only if you've got a larger family? What is a larger family now? I believe it's 3+ kids. But that's not in there. We haven't got any of this information. I would have been happy for option 2. I would have been extremely happy. If it's that simple, we should have said option 2. And we could have actually had some cost savings for those who wanted a smaller bin. But no, we are going with option 1 that most of our ratepayers didn't want. But it sounds like there's some changes to keep me quiet, because I've been jumping up and down, because my community want the bigger general waste bin. Apparently that's going to be an option, but I don't know if that's going to be an option for big families. I don't know if it's going to be options for those who complain. I don't know if it's going to be an option for those who've only got big size blocks, because I haven't got that answer tonight. And I'm really concerned. I am really concerned with what we've been getting told, because it keeps changing. That was why I had the original motion, because we weren't at this stage. I'm happy that we got actual clarification that it's for all 3 bins, because otherwise I know what was happened. What would have happened is the intent would have been different to the rollout. But Madam Mayor, let's not sugarcoat this. This is not option 2. It's the exact same, with maybe some options to go up. From what I've heard, but it's not in the resolution, that won't cost you any more. And you won't be getting charged any more on your waste rates. But I don't know. And staff don't know, because they haven't done the financial modelling or even got the relevant information in front of us. So councillors, how can you make this decision without knowing that.
Thank you,
But hats
Councillor
off.
Bowman.
Councillor Johnson went for extra 53 seconds. I expect the
Last,
same.
you're asking for an extension?
Yes?
Extension of 2 minutes?
No, 53 seconds will be fine.
We can only do it in 2 minute extensions, is that correct? No? All right, 53 seconds. Is anyone against? Okay.
So councillors, ask yourself, how can you make this decision without having all the financials? Ask yourself, do you know what size bin everyone's going to get? How much, if anything, is going to cost more? Because I don't. And it is not option 2, which our residents wanted. 89% wanted the 240 litre bin. It's quite clear that it was a first and second preference. And we're not providing it. So based on those figures, there'll probably be 89% of people coming back asking for a bigger bin. But I don't know if they'll be allowed because they might not be a big family like me, because that is the only thing that I've heard was one of the reasons. I hope there's no reasons for that bigger bin. And with 3 seconds left, all I can say is sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. I'll ask, is there any councillors who'd like to speak for the motion? Are there any councillors who'd like to speak for the motion? Are there any councillors who'd like to speak against the motion? Councillor Catalano.
Yes, well, thank you. Well, we've already established this is a really important decision. We've already established that the ramifications, if we get this wrong tonight, are going to not be very nice for us, to say the least. So I don't understand why we are rushing this, why this has to be done tonight, when actually so many red flags are being raised. For a start, there seems to be a lot of confusion about whether the Waste Authority is going to say yes or no. I would have thought that that would need to be sorted out before we go ahead with any changes. That's like the first thing. On that reason alone, I can't possibly consider agreeing with this. What happens if they say no? Oh, we'll come back again, we'll make another decision. Well, then I would suggest we just hold off on these rush decisions. I mean, it's not the first time that we've tried to rush this through and we've ended up with egg on our face. It seems like it's extremely confusing from the discussion we've had, which is who's going to be entitled to this bigger red bin. And I want to say something. From the very outset, 5 or 6 years ago, when we had a briefing session on this, I said to the operations team, the small red bin will not work. But did anyone listen then? Here we are. So, once again, the community has told us the red bin won't work. The small red bin won't work. So, it shouldn't be that the default is a small red bin and then you can go up. Yes, it should be that we need the big red bin, the same size bin that we've got now, and then your options to scale down. So that's kind of confusing because is it opt-in, opt-out, default, not default? It's very confusing and people don't have a lot of time to be sitting there trying to work it out. It's complicated to administer. Just imagine the kind of calls, the requests that staff are going to get. I reckon this will be a whole day job for a staff member because this is incredibly important. There's a lot of complaints associated with it. There's a lot of comments associated with it. And I suggest that person will be on the phone pretty much all day trying to sort out requests, criticisms, complaints, and still, not satisfy the majority of the people. Let's just get back to the discussion. You can see here tonight that there's been still a lot of discussion about it. Nobody really knows what's going on. Nobody really knows the costs. It's very complicated. It's confusing.
You, Catalano.
And I suggest we just hold off.
Yeah. I'll ask, does anyone like to speak for the motion? Anyone like to speak against the motion? I'll ask for the right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors,
This service is 1/3 rolled out. It is working, it's working efficiently. We are not getting a tidal wave of complaints about it. We're mostly getting complaints from people who don't have it. So people saying, I'm paying for 3 bins and I've only got 2, where's my 3rd bin? They want the service. What this recommendation, which is absolutely clear in the report, does, it gives people the option to have the larger bin, if that's what they so choose. And we know why they need the larger bin. We know that there are families out there that are producing a lot of waste that needs to go into that red top bin. Tonight, I heard a lot of, I can only say, rubbishing the officers' report and their planning. But I can say that I've known about this, I think, how long has this been going on, Jim? Is it 8 years? 6 years. So it's 6 years. So it's been going on for 6 years. I'm confident we've made many decisions along the way to proceed with it. And I think we need to get on with it. My concern is if we hesitate now, we won't be able to make a decision until November. Is it likely that the Waste Authority will deny a large family a bigger bin and say, right, we're going to take back our $8.7 million? I don't think there's any chance of that at all. For councillors who are concerned about the rural areas, you'll notice that they recommend that the alternate motion says to continue to pause the rollout in rural areas and report back to council.
Just one moment, Deputy Mayor, if you could resume your seat, please. Councillor Bowman, what's your point of order?
8.10 subsection 4. No one in their debate mentioned anything about rural areas.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll uphold that point of order, Deputy Mayor.
I was just reading out the motion, actually, Madam Mayor, which I'm sure I'm entitled to do at any point in the debate. So, councillors, this option, where it says here, it is recommended that before rolling out future stages, residents are consulted to determine the best size general waste bin, 140 litres or 240 litres, and FOGO bin, 140 litres or 240 litres for their property, is increasing the flexibility of the service. We have improved our communication, and now we're going above and beyond. We're saying we're giving you whatever size bin you like, as long as it's either 140 or 240. The councillors, we can't afford to wait any longer. Other local governments have successfully made this change. Their residents want it. I'm absolutely confident our residents want this, and we will get great feedback when this goes ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll now put that to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Brodovnik, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Howlett and myself, and those against, Councillor Catalano and Councillor Bowman. It's carried 9-2. Thank you. And okay. Councillors, move on to the last item, which is 14.5.4, which is the long-term financial plan 2025-26 2034-35 on page 533. Proposed motion is Deputy Mayor Johnson. If the motion is lost, I please will need a councillor to move the officer's recommendation. Deputy Mayor Johnson, please, if you'd like to read out your motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My motion is that Council resolve to revise the long-term financial plan 2025/26 to 2034/35 as follows. A. Remove the following words on page 15 of the long-term financial plan, page 549 of the agenda. Rates. The plan includes a 3.8% increase in 2025/26 and then forward estimates based on the Consumer Price Index plus 1% for 2025/26 to 2027/28 and then CPI. Potential rate revenue for Henley Brook and Bullsbrook DCPs are based on DCP projections for contributions arising from subdivision approvals. Whilst this rating strategy is sufficient for the city's current asset renewal needs, the city will need to consider a rating strategy that includes the above CPI increase. And replace that section with this. Rates. The plan includes a 3.8% increase in 2025/26 and then forward estimates based on no higher than Consumer Price Index in future years. Potential rate revenue for Henley Brook and Bullsbrook DCPs are based on DCP projections for contributions arising from subdivision approvals. Whilst this rating strategy is sufficient for the city's current asset renewal needs, the city will need to consider efficiency savings and improved asset management to ensure it appropriately manages any forecast asset renewal funding gap. 2, for the CEO to make any other changes necessary to the long-term financial plan to assure its consistency with the revised rates section. 3, for the CEO to create an asset management strategy and asset management plan that facilitates the optimisation of asset condition to ensure that asset maintenance is quantified, justified and cost-effective. 4, endorse the long-term financial plan 2025/26 to 2034/35 as revised. And the reasons for the motion are: increased rates over the consumer price index is not supported by the community in their submissions, and including this increase over the CPI in the long-term financial plan is not in line with ratepayer expectations. 2, asset management needs to be planned, optimised and costed to ensure that the city is not overspending or underspending on asset renewal and maintenance. 3, the city needs to be able to justify spending on asset renewal and maintenance to council and the ratepayers.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I ask, do I have a seconder? Councillor Howlett. Is there anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, to have a long-term financial plan that's proposing to increase rates by 1% over the rate of inflation for 2 years, and then we saw in a memo today, might actually really be 10 years, is going in the wrong direction. We need to get rates down, not increase them. So other local governments in WA have rates below inflation. A good example I read about here is another local government that has a rate rise of just 2.2% this year. So I've got here a copy of the 2J Herald. So well done, Councillor Bowen, 2.2% in 2J. So it can be done. So I'd like to see that kind of thing done here. If it can be done in 2J, it can be done in Swan with proper planning. Councillors, it's reasonable and to be expected and even required by law that the council will plan for the future and to replace assets as they age. Councillors have been briefed on the need for the replacement of assets. We've even been lectured on this by the chair of the audit committee. We've even been advised about the asset replacement ratio and how to interpret it. Happy to explain it if anyone wants to know. The city has explained on many occasions the concept of asset replacement and renewal. The city, I understand, has $1 trillion worth of assets: drains, roads, parks, libraries, swimming pools, etc. But when I've asked about how we maintain a list of our assets, I'm told it's in a spreadsheet. So corporations typically with significant assets to maintain use an enterprise resource management system that enables the status of the assets to be tracked and the maintenance to be optimised to reduce costs. We don't have this. A spreadsheet can't do this. We need an asset management strategy and asset management plan to support the optimisation of our asset maintenance, to reduce the cost to our ratepayers. So this is what corporations with significant assets do to reduce costs. We are a significant corporation with $1 trillion worth of assets. We need to have that same approach. So our ratepayers are expecting that standard, councillors. We need to be confident we're not overspending or underspending. Now, councillors, I know that many councillors believe that, yeah, 1%, that sounds about right. But why 1%? Why not 2% or 3%? Why not CPI? Why not less than CPI? Councillors and our ratepayers have a right to know about this. In 2009, my rates were $1,200. And if I apply the Reserve Bank's inflation calculator to 2024, it turns out that my rates in 2024 would be $1,782 if they increased only with CPI. But lo and behold, when I look at my rates notice for last year, it's not, as the RBA tells me my rates should be if they increase with CPI, 1,782.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
2,344. Another 2 minutes, Madam Mayor, if I can.
Sorry?
I'd like another minute.
Minute?
Yeah.
There's a seconder? Is anyone against? Do you wish to debate it?
Thank you, councillors.
I had one against, or was that 4?
I was against. So you need to put
Yep.
those in favour.
So those in favour of the 1 minute extension, We had Councillor Catalano, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Miles, Councillor Brodovnik, and who was that? You can't vote for yourself, can you?
Yeah.
Okay, so Councillor Johnson, Deputy Mayor, and Councillor Howlett. Those against were Councillor Henderson and myself.
Thank you. So, councillors, that difference above the rate of inflation is about $560. That's $560 a year that our ratepayers are paying above and beyond the rate of inflation. And that is caused by putting up rates above inflation without having a good reason for it. Councillors, if the city could explain why it was necessary to do that by saying we've got an asset management renewal strategy and we can demonstrate what the costs are, then yeah, maybe the 1% above CPI is justified. But it's not. Our ratepayers do not want to be paying $560 a year more than they should have to, because that is a recurring cost every year. They're paying $500 above what the CPI increase rates would have been, and that $560 is increasing every year. That's the problem, councillors. So what I'm doing is I'm setting a strategy by my alternate motion that says...
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and that was your further minute.
Oh, that'll do.
Okay. I'll ask the seconder.
Nothing to add.
Thank you. And anyone against? Councillor Bowman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and Councillor Johnson, thank you for your acknowledgement of my absolutely excellent experience in financial management. But can I tell you, Councillor Johnson, when a local government keeps rates low, they must make hard decisions. They cannot try to incur additional costs of $7.2 million like you did last week. They cannot make decisions on changing a citizenship ceremony to a venue that you prefer that costs $250,000, because my financial management will tell you if one thing goes up, the other thing has to go down. And Councillor Johnson, I'm not sure if you are aware, but the more loans you take out, you do need to pay that money back. So the $7.2 million extra loan you were going to take out last week, this motion is increasing $94.7 million.
Point of order, relevance. It's not relevant to the motion.
Councillor Johnson, what was your point of order?
It's relevance.
I'm sorry, what was the, can you quote the point of order, please?
Madam Mayor, it's well known that relevance is a
I'm
point
sorry,
of order.
if you haven't got the point of order ready.
7.1C if you want.
That's
Thank
fine.
you. 7.1C. Madam Mayor, you should be able to help me with this.
No, I don't need to
No,
help
it is
you,
your job.
Deputy Johnson. No, it's not. If you do not have the point of order ready, then I will dismiss it and I will
Not
move
policing,
on.
Madam Mayor.
Thank
You're supposed to facilitate.
Deputy, thank you, Councillor Bowman, if you'd like to continue.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Madam Mayor, you can't say one thing and do another. You want to keep rates down to CPI? As I've said at every budget, I'm happy to help. But you've got to make the hard decisions of cutting those costs. Now, when you look at your CPI rate modelling example, I think you're comparing apples with pineapples. They're both fruit, they both have apples in it, but they taste completely different. One goes on pizza and one definitely doesn't. Councillor Johnson, you can't just look at the apple in the pineapple, because if you do, you're only dealing with the CPI, which is your calculation. But the pine in the pineapple is all those extra services that this council has asked for, 7.1C if you're looking for relevance, all the extra services.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. 7.1. So
Just one moment, Deputy
did not
Mayor.
mention
Deputy
fruit.
Mayor, just one moment, please. I'll ask that Councillor Bowman could resume his seat, please. Then I'll come and ask you if you could please now respond with your point of order. Yeah, but you jumped in too fast. So if you could just... Yeah, but you... I'm not going to hold that point of order. Councillor Bowman, if you could continue, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Madam Mayor, I'm making a point that you can't just do one calculation. There's a whole lot of other calculations. Madam Mayor, don't actually mention the 0% rate increases, which we were told was one of the reasons. Madam Mayor, I haven't heard, but I mentioned it before in one of my points of order of 7.1C. was the $94.7 million of borrowings if this happens. But Madam Mayor, the one thing that I really, really struggle with, although Councillor Johnson seems to be buddy-buddy with the CEO tonight, which is great to see us all working as a team, is that he is happy for the CEO to make any other changes necessary to the long-term financial plan to ensure its consistency with the revised rate section. 1% doesn't sound much. You are letting the CEO, not the council, that actually...
Thank you,
I'll have
Councillor
one more
Bowman.
minute, please.
Is anyone a seconder? Thank you. Is anyone against? No. Thank you.
You're letting the CEO decide what he does with $94.7 million, what projects are coming out. And you were arguing previously about smaller items. Councillors, it may sound okay. It may sound 1%. But councillors, as Councillor Johnson said, and acknowledge, I have exceptionally good financial management when it comes to local government. So let me tell you that there's no way as a councillor I'm letting the CEO and his staff, no offence, making decisions on my behalf of $94.7 million in our long-term financial plan.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bowman. Now,
I'll foreshadow the officer's recommendation.
that was very fast. Right. Thank you. Is that acceptable?
Well, the presiding member, if
Fine.
you say yes, that's
Okay.
fine.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. I'll ask, is there a seconder?
No.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. So you flagged the officer's recommendation.
No, we're dealing with the alternative.
Going
If anyone
back.
speak
Does anyone like to speak for
the alternate motion.
the alternate motion?
Against.
Does anyone like to speak against the alternate motion? Councillor Henderson.
I'm sure we all want to go home, but councillors, as a businessman, I always look at the long term, always plan, and always know what it's going to cost me at the end. This motion, and I'll say it plainly, it's financial vandalism. It's absolutely horrific. If we are to consider a growth council with all of the expenses with our borrowings, as has been mentioned, and the rest of it that comes with our overheads of running the business, after at the end of this financial plan period, we're going to be in a big black hole, a red hole, should I say. So it just simply is not a viable option to want to come into a high-level, long-term strategic financial plan or long-term plan and say we're just going to rip 1% out. That just doesn't make any sense. It makes no financial sense at all. In fact, we've heard a number of recent debates that make absolutely no financial sense. In fact, in reality, they might sound like they're good leading into council elections about, hey, I'm going to save people some money. But in fact, the realities are that this can't happen. So we've got to be practical about how we run this business. We've got to be practical about how we deliver our services to our clients, and they happen to be the ratepayers. And we must have a good grounding in the way we do our business. This is good, sound management, and we need to stick with what has been proposed in the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'll ask, does anyone like to speak for the motion? Anyone like to speak against the motion? No? Deputy Mayor, you're about to reply.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, councillors, I think some councillors are starting to believe their own nonsense. Look, councillors, what's horrific is $560 a year that our ratepayers are paying above and beyond what they should be paying if the rates had just gone up with CPI. That's quite a serious amount of money for them to be paying every year. And we actually need to start looking at that. So good business people would say, I need to get my costs down.
I need to look at ways of being more efficient. That's how you that's how you run an effective business. We've also heard the old growth council canard. Councillors, as a council grows, its fixed costs stay the same, the variable costs increase. What it means is that we should be seeing an economy of scale as the council grows. But we're not seeing that. Instead, we're adding in 1%. I thought we'd killed off the growth council canard years ago. Some councils get quite upset about me suggesting that we need to get our rates down and get some control. But councillors, you don't have to vote for my motion. You don't have to vote for it. And I'm glad to see we've got a bit of competition between our two CEOs now. We've got one CEO with 3.8%, another CEO with 2.2%. I'm saying, why can't we do the 2.2% here? I'm pretty sure our ratepayers would think that was fantastic. And councillors, I put the only council ever to, I've not seen other councils ever put budgets up. I've put up several, and mine would have achieved a 0% rate rise. So that's basically good financial management. And Councillor Bowman, you came very close to it in 2J at 2.2%. So councillors, out there in community land, I know that I've got absolutely solid support. Nobody wants their rates going up by more than inflation, and they're all well aware of the fact that they're paying, if they've been living in the city of Swan for the past 15 or more years, they will know that their rates have gone up by an extraordinary amount in real terms. That $560 a year, councillor, that is real money that is coming out of people's after-tax income. It's a serious matter. We have to start to show some effective financial management, and we need to do that through the long-term financial plan. We need to make it clear we're not putting our rates up above the rate of inflation. Imagine if a business put its prices up above the rate of inflation, it'd go bust. And councillors, we won't go bust, but a lot of councillors might be looking for another role in life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll now put that to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Catalano, Deputy Mayor Johnson and Councillor Howlett. And those against? Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Podovnik and myself. And so the motion is lost. 3-8. Right. Thank you very much, councillors. Now, Councillor Bowman, you foreshadowed the officer's recommendation. Crikey, we nearly forgot, didn't we? It's been a long night. Have a seconder? Councillor Jones? Is anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? Thank you. Put that to the vote. Those in favour? So we had Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Podovnik, Deputy Mayor Johnson and myself, and those against was Councillor Catalano and Councillor Howlett. So it's carried 9-2. Thank you very much, councillors. And I'll just finish off here. So we have part 18, motions of which previous notice has been given. There are none. And part 6, confidential reports. These have been dealt with in the en bloc part of the meeting. And 17, notice of motions for consideration at the following meeting if given during the meeting. The deadline for submissions will be 5 p.m. on Wednesday the 20th of August of 2025. And that brings us to conclude tonight's council meeting. And I thank those watching at home and those in the gallery, and conclude at the close at 9:56. And have a safe trip home. Thank you.